Hello and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for day 4, the final day coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 fixture between Nottinghamshire and Kent, where Nottinghamshire will start the day out there in the middle on 176 for 1. Ben Slater and Will Young will be making their way down the steps in just over 10 minutes' time. Well, Nottinghamshire currently lead by 210 runs. But let's remind you of everything that happened on a jam-packed day on day 3 with the highlights.
Fifth ball of this second over of the day. Ball's now edged and Harrison will gobble those up all day long. And Geddes goes. It's another wicket for Division 1's leading scalp taker, Brett Hutton. Fine catch from Calvin Harrison. Hutton bowls a bouncer, pulled away for 4. As soon as Bracegirdle says there's been a paucity of runs, Jack Leaning says, I'll show you. And a bouncer from Hutton fell to Brett Hutton, who comes in now with this replacement ball, which straight away is worked through the leg side by Finch for 4, and that clatters into the boards. Over the wicket to the right-handed Finch with 3 slips waiting, pushed through the covers, and this will go, I think, for 4 it will. Got plenty of juice behind that one, and second boundary in the over.
In bowling. Oh, and it was a similar delivery, and Finch went after it, and a thick outside edge down towards third man for 4.
Oh, this one's gone through. It's been caught. They're claiming a catch here, and he's given. Leaning is out, and bizarrely, that might have come off Tom Moore's and deflected high into the air, and Stephen Mullaney at slip has taken a catch. Harrison in again, just tosses this one up, and it's been drilled through mid-wicket. That's a lovely, lovely shot. Stroke of the day from Harry Finch for 4. Tosses it up, and Alex Blake has smashed this down the ground for 6. That's a mighty, mighty blow.
This one smashed away through the covers by Finch. Glorious cricket shot. Wonderful way. Past umpire Malinder, nice and full. Kane drives beautifully. What a way to go to his 50. That is very, very nice indeed. And very, very well battered, Harry Finch. Been a delight to watch in this innings, and he gets to his 50 by just guiding this new ball. Hutton bowls into the pads, given. Alex Blake goes, and Brett Hutton has done it once again for Notts. As Patterson bowls a short ball, which Joey Everson has smashed in the air, down towards the boundary, and all the way for 6.
Definitely, he's been brilliant. Hutton in again, this one pulled away dismissively by Joey Everson, out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And this one flicked away by Joey Everson into the onside, and again a shot of real authority from him, whipping it away to that shorter leg side boundary.
Here's Patterson into boldness. He's bowled him! He's bowled him, left alone by Finch. Hardly put a foot wrong in a more than 3-hour stay, but he's misread the line of that one.
Patterson into Joey Everson, and he has bowled him. Off stump, out the ground.
Harrison bowls again, and he's hit this straight up in the air. In fact, it's so straight up in the air that it almost didn't carry, but it's a brilliant catch by the sub-fielder. Kent 316 for 8. Harrison to Arshdeep. There's the big shot. It's gone straight up, and it's not gone long enough. And he's going to be caught in the deep.
Got 3 of these wickets. In fact, he's now got 4 wickets as a wicket goes down here for you on BBC Radio Nottingham. And that is the end of the Kent innings. 316 for 9. Always got a bit lucky here, Ben Slater. He played this almost French cricket-like from in front of his stumps, and it's got a thick outside edge, and it's run away.
Arshdeep Singh is back in again to Hassan Mahmood, who has driven this handsomely, real handsomely down the ground for a boundary.
Drilled away for 4 runs by Ben Slater.
Everson bowls. Glorious from Slater. That really is a nice shot. Through extra cover for 4. to Hamid. There's 4 more through the leg side. That was a nice shot from Hamid. That's one of his favoured scoring areas. Coles and Slater will now get his 50. Behind square on the offside, ball reaches the ropes, and that's a very good hand played by Ben Slater. His second 50 of the game comes from 73 balls.
Quinn smashed away, cut shot from Hamid. Classy stroke.
Ball is edged, caught by Finch. Hamid goes, Arshdeep Singh celebrates, and there's the breakthrough. 131 on the board. Comes down the track and takes the aerial route over mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6. That was a nice clean pick-up, a real show of intent from Will Young there. Next ball sees Young go again, this time down the ground. Again he's got underneath that, and again he's in it for 6.
So they were the highlights from day 3. Now, it's been a real good, positive couple of days for Calvin Harrison. He's just signed a new 3-year contract extension, and yesterday he got his career best figures in the first-class format, 4 for 28. Well, he was on media duty last night, so let's listen in and hear what he had to say at the end of day 3.
Well, Calvin, 4 for 28, not a bad way to celebrate your new contract.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a nice little sort of end to that innings for us to sort of clean it off and get that last point as well, which was obviously important for us to get. Yeah, it was a nice way to end that.
You were sort of helicoptered in towards that end of the afternoon session. I suppose in a way it worked a treat, and I suppose it was a great tactical decision from the skipper to keep you until that latter stage.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a debate because the conditions were suggesting obviously to keep bowling seam, and the guys had obviously worked hard through the morning and the first sort of couple of sessions, obviously with Fletcher down as well, so the guys had a fair few overs under the belt. So yeah, it was a nice time for me to come on, and yeah, thankfully it worked out nicely for us.
Of course, Dane took a couple of wickets just before your little flurry of 3, and before that flurry of wickets, the game kind of felt like it was coming to a standstill a little bit. So that complete change in direction has sort of changed the dynamics of the match, I suppose.
Yeah, like we worked hard obviously through, like I say, through those first couple of sessions, and the seamers, bowled nicely and in patches didn't get reward for some of the bowling on display, and Dane there obviously was obviously crucial couple of wickets at the end, and he'd gone sort of 20 odd without getting the reward probably that he could have had. And then picked up a couple at the end. So it's a game that has shifted probably nicely in our favour now, and set up well for us to go and have a good day tomorrow and hopefully pick up a win.
2 more wickets for Brett Hutton today as well. That takes him to the top of the wicket-taking charts in the county championship this season. Unbelievable year he's having so far. How does it feel to be bowling alongside a man in that kind of form? Yeah,
it's great. He's done well, obviously consistently through the whole season, and all the conditions that we've come up against, he's been able to find ways to take wickets, and that obviously shows his skill that he's got to be able to make things happen with the ball whenever, at whatever stage of the game. So he's been top class, and he's been rewarded with obviously however close to 50 he's on at the moment.
And Ben Slater as well, he's come out and sort of followed on from his first innings, I suppose. He finished on 80 odd today, and he's approaching 200 for the match. It feels like a very important strong performance from the top end of the batting order, which sort of helps to round up this performance so far, and it's a great performance from him today.
100%, yeah, he's batted beautifully obviously in both innings, and hopefully he can have another good morning tomorrow and carry on what he's been doing so well this game. And yeah, exactly, and obviously another lovely knock from Tom as well in the first innings to kind of round off kind of the full innings. Obviously we would have probably liked to have held in there a little bit longer in the bottom order, and probably got a few more runs, but I think we've the top order have done a great job, and hopefully they can carry on and sort of finish it off to set up a nice little total for us to bowl at tomorrow.
The thoughts of Kelvin Harrison there on day 3 after a very successful day for him. Now, as I said at the beginning, Nottinghamshire currently lead by 210 runs, and a lot of that is down to the opening partnership between Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. 131 run partnership between those two. Ben Slater providing 77 of those runs, with Hasib Hamid providing 45, and Ben Slater is still out there in the middle. He's currently there with Will Young. Ben Slater on 87 at the moment. He got 100 in the first innings, and obviously he'll be looking to do that as well. Now, Will Young, anybody would think that we were playing with a white ball last night. There was great conditions for batting, but a strike rate of 168, you don't see that very often in the first class format. But lovely from Will Young, and again he'll be looking to put some runs on the board for Nottinghamshire and potentially set Kent a target and get those wickets as well. It is day 4, so we will get a result at the end of today. The bell's gone, so we're just under 5 minutes from the start of play. So let's remind you of the table. Now, this is an updated table because there's been results in other fixtures in Division 1, and you will notice, if you saw on day 1 or if you've looked at the table before, that Middlesex have swapped with Kent. Middlesex beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston. A big result for Middlesex that was, over in 3 days. So Kent will be looking to obviously get something from this game. Now, they've already got 5 bonus points. Notts have got 6 bonus points. So what will happen on day 4? Just to remind you, 5 points for a draw, 16 points for a win, and obviously those bonus points as well. So what will happen? Well, there's 96 overs today. Lunch is at 1 o'clock. The umpires are making their way out. The players will join them very, very shortly. We'll have all the coverage here on Trent Bridge Live, so it's time to hand you over to your commentary team, which is of course led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, a very good morning to you from Trent Bridge. Thanks very much to Aaron Lord for his preview piece on Trent Bridge Live. Those of you that have been watching the live stream would have just seen the highlights and the thoughts of Kelvin Harrison at close of play yesterday. Here I can bid you a very good morning with the news that it's dry, it's filthy grey again overhead. It's been a pretty dismal week weather-wise, but at least we do appear to be sort of coming out of it, and we are promised a mainly dry day. What will happen, of course, is very much open to conjecture. That's why we're all here. That's why we love the county game. Nottinghamshire will resume on 176 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 210. So all results are possible. Might just turn into a bit of a cracker later on. A very good morning. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. It is Division 1 cricket, as always, brought to you by the BBC, and we're very, very pleased to have you along for the last knockings of this match, which has just slowly been on the back burner, but as I say, it could be a real cracker today. Hopefully we'll have Carl van Vallenhoven again with us this afternoon when he's finished. I don't know. What do these PE teachers do at this time of year? Probably not an awful lot, but he'll join us this afternoon. I'm here to my right, this week's voice of Kent cricket. I've only got one thing to say to Ben Watts this morning, and that's, hey up me duck.
Hey up.
Why have I said that?
Oh, I'd noticed in my hotel breakfast bar area this morning that they had the sort of the history of the saying on the side of the tea and coffee machine. So I put the tweet up this morning. I mean, having been to uni, I did my master's degree in the city, so I've obviously heard it a few times before, but always worth mentioning. I want to visit to Nottingham.
Hey up me duck. Just guesswork, but we would imagine Notts will try and smash the cover off the ball for 90 minutes and then try and bowl Kent out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan, isn't it? They're going to come out hard this morning, look to attack, look to score quickly, see if they can get a lead. They'll have a figure in mind of what they want to put as the target for Kent, and then they'll set about trying to bowl the visitors out as Joey Everson is in and bowling. That's a nice delivery to start proceedings to Will Young, a gentle away swinger which goes past the outside edge. Kent have got just one slip in play, a third man deep point, fine leg and a deep square leg, cover mid wicket, mid on, mid off.
Saw a little bit of Jack Leaning and Alex Blake at the end of day 3, and that has meant that Kent's over 8, which was -3, is now -1 going into this final day. So they'll be able to sort that out, won't they?
Yeah, they have managed to claw that back a little bit then. As Joey Everson bowls again, sharp away swing, and Will Young trying to dispatch this into the offside, but plays and misses. So clear his intent from the off. Kent just need to try and do their very best to keep a grasp on the run rate, you would say. Here's Everson once more, another beauty. And as much as Will Young's struggling to get a move on with things, these are promising signs for the Notts bowlers, at least, that the cloud cover we've got, the overcast skies, might assist them as the day goes on.
Been 3 wonderful deliveries, haven't they? He's certainly warmed up properly this morning. Right on the mark.
Here he is once more, Joey Everson. And again, Young feeling for this outside the off stump and can't lay a bat on it.
Yeah, I'm going to watch a bit of club cricket tomorrow, and that level of the game they'll be saying, should we put a bell in it for you? He's just had a little nibble at these 4, but not been able to get a graze on it. Ben Slater's gone down, just had a little quiet word. Let him have his moment, mate. Let him have his maiden. If he's going to put them there, there's not a lot you can do. He's in again, and this time a little push and run, and Notts get their first run of the morning. Will Young able to get off strike for a moment. So we'll reassess with the left-hander on strike. Remember, Ben Slater on a 87 following his first innings score of exactly 100. Faced 138 balls at 11 fours so far. Been at the crease for 2 3/4 hours. Update for local radio. Well, I'm afraid, just as you come to me, Notts have lost a wicket, and unfortunately again it's Ben Slater. He was 87 not out overnight, having made 100 in the first innings, and in this first over of the day he's been dismissed by Ben Slater. It's gone up on the scoreboard as caught behind of the keeper. I think initially the bowler was claiming for an LBW, but we'll sort that out for you. An early wicket then for Kent here on day 2. Ben Slater out for 87. It's 177 for 2. Notts lead by 211. The plan, get runs this morning, try and bowl Kent out this afternoon. So disappointment there for Ben Slater. That's why we're doing that update. So first ball he's faced of the second day, the 4th day rather, in the second innings here. And he's fallen to Joey Everson. Final ball of this opening over. Because initially I thought it was the pad, and I thought Everson was going up to appeal for LBW, but then it was deflected through to the keeper, taken down low to his left by Harry Finch, and that prompted even more appeals, and the finger went up from the umpire. Joe Clark's coming in at number 4. And it's just, in the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't interrupt Nottinghamshire's progress to get where they want to be. That's a score they can feel comfortable at declaring, and then try and bowl Kent out. But in terms of the individual milestone and landmark and importance of it, because these opportunities to score a century in each innings don't come round very often. Disappointing for Ben Slater. Played wonderfully well throughout this match, but at the start of the 4th morning he's got a good ball there, which seems as if he's edged through to the keeper. Jack Leaning's going to bowl the 2nd over of the day from the pavilion end, and Will Young just defends this first one. So bit of a blow, but Notts lead by 211. Probably looking to get that lead up to 350 in an ideal world. might not be able to do it. It's easy to say it as Young punches this down the ground, but of course there's two sides out there, and as we've already seen, Ken perfectly capable of taking wickets here this morning, and Notts might just get derailed in the pursuit of quick runs. So Joe Clark taking guard, facing Jack leaning. So BBC Radio Nottingham once again coming to me as a wicket goes down, as leaning's in, and this is pushed down the ground, and they will take a single, so Clark's off the mark. I wonder if the same happened next door where Ben was speaking to BBC Radio Kent. Did he get that moment on air?
No, not quite. They were a bit later coming to me.
Thought initially Everson was up for the LBW as this is pushed back to the bowler, but then there was more prolonged and enthusiastic appeal when it was taken by Finch.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it quite carried as well. It was a difficult low chance for Finch.
Leaning in short, and this will be slammed away for 4 by Will Young. We haven't seen this side of Will Young before in the brief time he's been with Notts. He was the very model of concentration and discipline at the Oval in his long and patient century, but clearly different circumstances demand a different approach, and he's putting back to ball here, leaning in again, bowls, and he's pushed back to the bowler. That's the end of the over, 183 for 2. As I pointed out yesterday, just because the spinners are on doesn't necessarily mean that the overs will be bowled quicker, and especially if you've got a flurry of singles and the field keeps swapping over, or indeed the ball has to be fetched back from the boundary. 183 for 2. Before Ben talks you through this next over, I've got an update on the patient. The patient in this particular instance being the hover cover. We saw all the gubbins, that's the technical term, being taken out of the hover cover yesterday, and it transpires that when the mechanic came, and he'll be here, I understand, sometime this morning to take the patient out of intensive care and get it back on the road to recovery. There's Everson.
Fantastic start from him. What can he produce now? This one defended away into the onside, where Compton fields a mid-wicket.
It transpired that all it was the belt had come off. Now, a little bit like the old cars, the fan belt. The fan belt had come off, so it needed somebody to crawl inside the gubbins and put it back on, and it's partially done, will be completed this morning. And well, who knew? Back in the day, all it would have taken would have been an old pair of tights to repair it. Maybe we should have gone down that route yesterday.
Everson with a shorter delivery, which is punched off the back foot by Clark. Out towards deep point for a single. Flat throw fizzed in from the boundary by, I believe, Ben Geddes. .218 the lead then. Well, Nottinghamshire won 250, 300. They'll know in the dressing room, and they're going to run quickly here as it's dabbed behind square on the offside by Young for 2. It's been a super knock from him so far. Last night going hard against the spin, and then this morning looking to be proactive. 40 from 30 balls from the Kiwi overseas.
Play about with numbers, can't we? And we will, I'm sure, all morning. I would say they'll want 20 minutes bowling at Kent.
Everson bowls. Ooh, a little bit of an edge. Takes his hand off the handle as it drops down short of slip.
Can you imagine that's about right? Back till 12:30 if they possibly can. You know, and obviously they'll be hoping for a little bit of acceleration between 12 and 12:30, and then 10-minute change round and have 20 minutes at Kent before lunch.
I think they might go earlier than that, personally. Everson is in, full delivery, driven away up towards mid-off. Obviously it will depend on how quickly they can score.
Yeah.
But if they could duck out a midday and give themselves 45 minutes at Kent before lunch, then they've got the best part of 2.5 sessions to try and get the job done. Try and take all 10 wickets. Everson bowling, that's come back the other way. Shout for LBW, but never quite looked right. Height, line, whatever you want.
Everson wasn't interested. Behind the wicket and either side of the wicket they all went up, but Joey wasn't interested. 186 for 2. Sir Garfield Sobers, 87 today, the man who really got me hooked on cricket all those years ago. First cricket I can remember seeing was that 1966 England-West Indies series on the television. All the games were screened on the BBC. A youngster through the summer holidays, never missed a moment of it. Captivated by Sobers, and when he signed for Notts in '68, absolutely terrorised my parents to bring me here. As Clark drives this ball from leaning through the offside for 4, and from the moment I saw the great man, the first real star, superstar, megastar I saw in my life, he was my first hero, and remains to this day the most captivating, magical cricketer I ever saw play. It's his birthday today. Been very, very privileged over the years to spend a lot of time with him. This is fired into the keeper. Interviewed him initially many times, but on a more social arrangement ever since. Privileged to have a few drinks with him over the years, as this one's turned away on the leg side by Young for a single. 192 for 2, and I'm sure today, if his health allows, he'll be down at Westmoreland Golf Club or at Sandy Lane having a round of golf, but certainly there'll be a glass of wine or a glass of rum waiting for him when he's finished. Next one is dropped on the leg side. There's a single, 193 for 2. There's also a birthday today, birthday celebration for somebody who played for both Nottinghamshire and Kent. Now that's a list of plenty of people, as we've discussed in the day, but one we haven't mentioned, I don't think, as Young takes another single, just dropping the ball on the leg side here, leaning bowling with the field set back, so they can do this, just rotate the strike, and they're doing it quite readily here. There's one more ball left in the over, leaning quickly through the overs but not keeping the board moving, and this time it is pulled in the air by Clark for plenty. That's a big 6 away on the leg side by Joe Clark, and Nottinghamshire will go to exactly 200. Clark onto 14 from 7 balls. The lead is 234, and leaning 6 overs, none for 41. 200 for 2. Paul Strang, the Zimbabwe leg spinner, 1997 he spent the season with Kent. 1998 he spent the season with Nottinghamshire, and today celebrates his 53rd birthday. So happy birthday to Sir Garfield, happy birthday to Paul Strang, and happy birthday to you if you're celebrating your birthday today, 28th of July.
I think the ball has got stuck here behind an advertising hoarding.
Do you know, it's staggering how many times it does that. At the base of the Fox Road stand away to our left, there's advertising boards, and as Ben has said, it's amazing how many times the ball goes all the way out to that fence, and just in front of that brick wall there's those advertising boards, and somehow the ball manages to, like a startled mouse, find the nearest little dark space and head for it, and it's got lodged, got wedged behind the advertising board, and the suitcase is being brought out. Now this is...
I think they've got it
yeah,
now.
they've got it. You can take the suitcase off, boys. We don't need the suitcase full of money. 200 for 2. Speaking of suitcases full of money, the last few weeks, on and off, when we've both been in, we've been watching the old Traitors. Claudia Winkleman did the UK version. We've been watching the Australian version on catch up. Watched the final last night.
Everson bowling, cut away here out towards deep point for a single.
Yeah, so I shan't say any more in case anybody else is watching it and is partially through. But if you watch the Claudia Winkleman version, there are available the American version and now also the Australian version, and they're both equally as good. Got a little bit hooked on that. It passes 3/4 of an hour or so when there's nothing else on the box.
Yeah, all of those on BBC iPlayer. This one's turned away into the onside. All of the county commentaries, of course, available on the BBC Sport app and website. The live blog today. Who's on duty? Jed Scott, Adam Lanigan, Ben Koski. Lancashire continuing to put runs on the board against Northamptonshire. Century stand for the Price brothers at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Midday inspection at Scarborough, after they were particularly badly hit by the rain yesterday, as this one is left alone outside the off stump. A bit of extra bounce for Joey Everson. I wonder if maybe Jack Leaning might have to take himself out of the attack in the next over. He's been a bit expensive so far. And there's a second 11 friendly, 50 overs at Beckenham today. If you're a Kent fan and not far away, you can head down there and see a few first team players in action, which is good to see from a fitness point of view for the likes of Daniel Bell-Drummond.
You'd imagine that might be a white ball game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Get people ready for the One Day Cup.
This one, a way swinger from Joey Everson. Beauty that beats the outside edge of Will Young's bat. Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond, first involvement for him since that hamstring injury at the back end of the T20 Blast. The same week that he scored the 100 against Northants. He's playing in that. Marcus O'Riordan's playing in that.
Will he be available for the One Day Cup, Daniel, or is he signed up for the 100?
He's a wildcard pick for the 100.
Yeah.
So here comes Joey Everson. Skipping down the pitch, Will Young defends into the offside. Dot ball to win the over. Marcus O'Riordan captaining that Kent 2's team, and then Sam Billings is keeping wicket for that team. So effectively, yes, it is warming Bell-Drummond and Billings up for the 100.
And who are they playing?
Playing against Essex. But obviously there is the situation this year where players, if they're not playing in the 100, they can come back to playing the One Day Cup, which will be interesting to see the various...
Well, it's been interesting to keep half an eye on that, obviously from the Kent perspective, but also not to play Essex first match.
Okay, so the likes of Robin Das, two Allisons, Buttleman, Aaron Nijjar captaining the team, Richards, the quick bowler, Aaron Beard. So a good number of Essex players you'd expect to play in the One Day Cup involved.
Leaning's had 2 overs out of the attack. It's Arshdeep Singh bowling to Joe Clark. Might not be quite as easy for Clark and Will Young just to rotate the strike or smash the living daylights out of Arshdeep Singh, as they were trying to do against Leaning. First ball is pitched up and Clark digs it out.
This
202 for 2.
Arshdeep's last spell in a Kent shirt for the time being.
It could, and of course the other issue with Arshdeep is he's got to quickly get back to his mark, because it is still showing as -1. Kent won't want Notts to troop off at some point, and they're behind on the over rate. Oh my word, I said Clark might just find it a little more difficult. He stands there admiring that hoisted shot down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. Down over, well, a wide-ish long on position, wideish mid-wicket in the other direction, and towards the Hound Road stand. 1 bounce 4, 206 for 2. Lofted beautifully away. Clark, the freedom really just to go out and express himself when he's usually at his best. 19 from 10 balls, and suddenly fielders are sent hither and thither, here, there and everywhere. Let's have a look. No close catches now. Harry Finch has got nobody to talk to. There are 1, 2, 3 out on the leg side fence, 2 out on the offside fence, mid on and mid off, a push back deep. Clark pulls this one onto the leg side, through the leg side, and it's a good stop on the fence there. A couple of fielders out there just about managed to prevent it going for 4, and the fielder's down hurt here, I think. Alex Blake going over. Who's that down hurt?
I think it's Geddes.
Oh, he's got up, and he's made of Surrey steel. Gets up, ringing his right hand, arm, wrist area.
Doesn't want to injure himself though ahead of playing for his actual county in the One Day Cup, I'm sure.
No, well, he won't want to injure himself ahead of potentially a lengthy opportunity to bat later today. Arshdeep Singh in and bowls short, and Clark will help this on its way for more runs. 4 down nice and fine, just down here below us. Runs are coming. This will be a worry for Kent, because Notts' lead is already up to 246, 212 for 2, and Clark is rattling along. 25 not out from 12.
Yeah, gone from the spin of Leaning to the pace of Arshdeep, and neither have been able to stem the runs so far. A bit of extra pace onto the ball being enjoyed at the moment.
Had 36 runs already this morning and a wicket. Not been playing 20 minutes yet. Next delivery on its way, and Clark will just take a single this time. It's banged in short by Arshdeep Singh. It sat up there for Clark, but he just controlled it, played it down into the gap, dabbed it into the gully region and took a single.
Yeah, looks like Joe Clark's in full one-day mode.
Stephen Mullaney came in at 5 in the first innings, and I'm guessing should a wicket go down would continue to do so, because he likes to score at a healthy rate. Tom Moores similarly, so there might be a little bit of punishment here for Kent if they are unable just to keep taking wickets. Another single. Will Young helps it down to long leg. And that's the end of Arshdeep's comeback over, which started well but threatened to get out of hand towards the end of it. 214 for 2. Notts lead by 248. Already a partnership of 37 between Joe Clark, who's on 26, and Will Young, who's on 44. Another anniversary today, 28th of July 1977, appropriately enough. It was the first day of an Ashes test match here at Trent Bridge, and the Queen came on the first morning.
Joey Everson in and bowling. Punched off the back foot by Young, goes for a quick single up towards mid-on. Good running.
And obviously introduced to all the players, including Nottinghamshire's Derek Randall, and it's well before your time, Ben, but it's entered into sort of folklore in these parts for the wrong reasons, because round about that time Derek Randall was almost the equivalent of David Beckham in his pomp. He was the, in this part of the world, he was the local hero, he was the big star, the superstar, and Jeff Boycott ran him out in that test match.
Everson bowls. Joe Clark goes for a ramp shot and doesn't make contact with the ball.
So he certainly wasn't hugely popular for that error of judgment. I think I'm right in saying, I'll look it up, but I think I'm right in saying Boycott went on to partially redeem himself by getting 100. Just find the scorecard for you.
Everson bowls once more, straight up in the air this time from Joe Clark. Should be caught by Arshdeep at mid-off. Oh, and he's dropped him. That's an absolute dolly. And they come back for 2 as well.
I've got as far as writing C-R-A-R, because as it was in the air, I'm watching him and I'm also writing it. It was so much of a dolly. As I say, I'd already begun to write it. Extraordinary. Why has he dropped that? No reason whatsoever.
So easy. Didn't concentrate fully on taking the catch, clearly, as this one's down the leg side. I think maybe a bit of disappointment carrying over from his previous over. Maybe he's thinking about bowling and what he's going to do, and just took his halfie at the last minute. Can happen when they're pretty straightforward like that, but you really would expect him to take that, really should have taken that. Wickets will take time out of the game for Kent. Instead, Clark is down the pitch and smashing this through the covers for 4. Not the way you want to set the tone early on a final day. Everson's bowled really well, got a wicket already, should have had another one. Instead, goes for another boundary here. Clark to 32 from just 17.
I was writing and looking, done a lot of things. If we're able to get a replay at the end of the over of that drop, it'd be great.
Everson bowls once more, really full this time, and Clark drives out into the onside rather. Coming back for 2, really good running. Toby Albert, the fielder. Joey Everson very disappointed as he takes his cap and his jumper.
Nicely put. Not amused at all. Real positivity from this pair. 223 for 2. Notts lead by 257.
Mike Taylor getting in touch. Mike from Soho Square saying, good morning guys, thank you for the coverage for the past few days. I was so disappointed with Kent losing their last 5 wickets in a few overs yesterday. There was an element of Yahoo batting, lobbing the ball into the air for catching practice from the tail when we needed to bat time out of the game and earn a batting point at 350 runs. Could be a big collapse from Kent second innings. Can't really see us staying up. Well, Mike not feeling particularly optimistic this morning. Arshdeep ready to come in. I mean, just to caveat that, I don't think you can really expect too much from 8, 9, 10, 11. They're all basically numbers 10 and 11.
Arshdeep bowls short and almost a tennis overhead smash by Will Young down the ground for a single. Yes, that test match at Trent Bridge back in 1977 here. England won quite comfortably in the end. Australia batted first, 243, and then Derek Randall was run out for 13, but Boycott went on to score 107, so partially forgiven, and it all turned out well in the end, England winning. But it was on this day, 1977, first day of the match, Her Majesty the Queen was here on the ground. Arshdeep Singh bowls. Oh, is it Clark on the pad? That's very, very close, I would imagine. They've run through for a single, and it is going to be a leg bye. So Joe Clark might just have got a little bit fortunate there.
Maybe it was missing leg stump. He was coming from a bit wider on the crease, around the wicket. But yeah, just to clarify further on Mike's email, as much as I agree with you that the tail needed to bat time, I don't think they were particularly confident in their own defence up against the leg spin and the other quality from the likes of Patterson. So really they were thinking the best way of getting to 350 was to try and get after the spinner.
Arshdeep bowls and Young plays it into the offside. Mandy Clark feeling very sad for Ben. Over to you now, Mr. Young, also Mr. Clark as well. Richard Dawson, Dave, there are only 5 days of cricket at Trent Bridge left this year. 1 County Championship, 1 Royal London. The season seems to have flown by. Of course, there is a little bit of other activity here at Trent Bridge. Of course, there's a couple of England games, a 50-over match against Ireland, a T20 against New Zealand. 226 for 2. The wicket comes Arshdeep, and well, it was a delivery that had all the pace taken off it, and Joe Clark had to wait about a fortnight for the ball to reach him, and then when he did, he tapped it away on the leg side, fielded by Leaning, and the 50 partnership comes up from 40 balls. Thank you, Richard.
35 of them from Joe Clark. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the other tournament that's taking place here, you can't move in the city without seeing an advert for it. There's marketing all over the place, on lamp posts and posters everywhere.
227 for 2. Young is on 47. Arshdeep round the wicket, bowls. Young pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, a real shame. There's no red ball cricket at all through the month of August here at Trent Bridge.
And just in terms of the women's 100, they've lost a couple of their star players with the withdrawal this morning of Elise Perry and Alyssa Healy due to injuries. So that's a real blow for that tournament. Certainly the women's competition is the one where you could say there were genuine world stars in it, and to lose 2 of them is a real shame.
228 for 2. Arshdeep Singh to bowl to Clark, moving about in the crease, and then he absolutely smashes it away for 4 through wideish mid-wicket. There's Jazz Singh putting in a brave and despairing dive to try and stop the ball, but it was through him and into the boards. 232 for 2, just coming up to half an hour's play this morning, and 24, 26, 56 runs for the loss of Ben Slater. That was the disappointment from the Notts perspective. Ben Slater, final ball of the first over, got down onto strike for the first time. Will Young rotating the strike, and Slater was out, caught behind by Finch. Bowling of Joey Everson, who's continued to perform admirably. Should have had a second wicket in the last over. And Clark was dropped on 26. He's now on 39, but Young on strike on 46 will cut this to backward point, and there's no run. So just 2 matches in Division 1. Lancashire and Northants is the other one at Old Trafford. Northants in their second innings, 200 behind, 2 without loss. And in Division 2, Derbyshire Glamorgan on day 4, Gloucestershire Worcestershire day 3, and no play yet at Scarborough. No play before lunch, in fact, as a singles taken here by Young to move on to 47, 233 for 2. Derbyshire's second innings, 100 without loss. They still trail Glamorgan by 103. And at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 233 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 406. Joey Everson to bowl to Joe Clark. Slammed away into the offside. Single to Clark. Takes him to 40 from just 22 deliveries. 234 for 2. Not sure what that applause was for. They've put 57 on. No idea. 234 for 2. Down the leg side is 4 runs here, but it's going to be leg buys. So Will Young will stay on 49. And 4 more to the total. 238 for 2. Notts lead by 272. Lots of noises, as they say, off mic in the background. Can no longer see the road. Just going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Where the runs are coming thick and fast this morning for Nottinghamshire. They're in a scenario where they are looking to get as many as they can, take that lead up if they can towards 300, and then try and bowl Kent out for the victory. The applause you can hear in the background is for a splendid half-century for Will Young, the New Zealander, playing his last match for Notts. It's come from 49 balls, but at the other end, the real impetus supplied by Joe Clark, who's on 40. Notts lead by 273. They're at 239 for 2. Ball is forced down to third man for a single by Joe Clark, and as he played it, his bat came completely out of his hand, so he gets a single, runs down to the other end, minus his bat, which is picked up and is going to be returned to him by Will Young. 240 for 2. So that's the end of the over. 274 is the lead. So Will Young on to what's been a very good 50. Hit a couple of sixes last night, 3 4s and 2 6s. There is 49 ball half century. Going to be Arshdeep Singh to carry on from the pavilion end. Board still showing us Kent -1 on the over 8. 240 for 2. Lots of cloud cover. Floodlights aren't on yet. Arshdeep bowls. Clark pulls it again. Square of the wicket for 4. 2 fielders out. 1 square of the wicket, 1 at deep mid wicket. And he's completely bisected him. There was enough force on that ball that neither could get anywhere near it. Nice shot from Joe Clark. 244 for 2. And merest mention of floodlights, and on they come. It is gloomy. I'm not at all surprised that the lights have been turned on. Let's hope there's some brighter weather around the corner and it gets here soon. We don't want, I suppose if you're a Kent persuasion you might have a different view, but again, in terms of watching cricket, a full day's cricket, we don't want any interruptions. Clark will swat this away through the offside, over the offside, and has it gone all the way? If it has, it's going to be a 50. It has. Joe Clark gets a half century. That is brutal hitting, his 3rd 6, and that's wonderful stuff from Clark. Should have been caught on 26 with Arshdeep Singh putting down a little bit of a dolly, but he's got there 25 balls, 6 4s and 2 6s. Nottinghamshire pressing on. It's also brought the 250 up, 250 for 2, and this over has begun 4 and now 6. Arshdeep round the wicket. Clark digs it out. Will just take the run. All the fielders are back, bar Jack Leaning, the skipper, who's up at backward point, but was nowhere near him. So 251 for 2. The lead is 285. And talking earlier at the start of the day, I was saying Notts might look to bat until 12:30. Young Ben, to my right, was having none of it. He said they'll be done by 12 o'clock, Dave, and that may be it. They've absolutely galloped along this morning.
Might be even earlier than both of us anticipated.
There's Arshdeep bowling a... Oh, that's going to be 2 to the total, surely. Yep, no ball. It was banged in his own half of the wicket by Arshdeep Singh, and it just sails over the top of Will Young. Needed the step ladders to reach that. 253 for 2, and again, as we saw last night, the 7-ball overs don't do anything to help the Kent over 8 cause. Ben Slater dismissed this morning for 87. 253 for 2. Next delivery on its way now. And that's a lovely bit of football from Will Young. He's played it down into the ground, and it was almost a Harry Brook moment as the ball came down inches or so from hitting the stumps, and he's been able to half volley it away to safety.
I think that's possibly the best bit of football I've ever seen from a batter.
Yeah.
Because that was going onto his stumps, and he had to get that absolutely perfect to deflect it away, and that was a delightful touch.
So composed, wasn't it? 253 for 2. Arshdeep in to bowl to Will Young. Reverts to cricket for this ball and pushes it onto the onside for another single. 254 for 2. It was deflected down into the ground, hard bounce up into the air, and it was going to come down, and it bounced just a matter of an inch or two away from the stumps, and its next port of call would be to clatter into the stumps, but he just managed to get there in time and half volley it away to safety. 254 for 2. Arshdeep into his 13th over, round the wicket, bowls, and Joe Clark says have some of that, drives it 250 yards down the fairway for 6. Massive hit from Clark into the pavilion, and it's going to be retrieved, I think, by a steward who's in fact, it's in that gap between the pavilion and the Batman board. There it is, bouncing around on the concrete, and they're going to fetch it back. 260 for 2.
Well, runs galore here, runs galore at Old Trafford. So apparently the Lancashire, Northamptonshire pitch that they're using is the one they used for the Ashes test. So it's now the 8th day of use for the pitch. Over 2,000 runs have been scored on it. 6 batters have made centuries. Obviously Zach Crawley made 189, the Kent batter, and then Johnny Bairstow got 99 as well. So what a deck to bat on. Lancashire, of course, having declared, and Northamptonshire 7 without loss. Everson bowling here then. Young tickles this away down towards fine leg for 4. Kent just can't find any way of stopping the runs flowing at the moment. Joey Everson's bowled pretty well this morning, but even he now is leaking a few runs.
I've seen sides with this sort of intent, obviously to set the game up for themselves, many times over the years, including Notts many times, but I don't think I've seen one do it as well as this. Certainly I can't recall Notts doing it as well as this.
Everson bowls once more, floodlights on. This one's angled down towards third man. Good bit of fielding out there in the deep by Alex Blake, so just 1 run taken.
It's an expensive drop from Arshdeep. Clark was on 26 at the time. 265 for 2, so they've added 89 in, what, 38 minutes?
Yeah, I wondered if 300 might be the target they'd want to get a lead, but because they've done it so quickly, maybe they will go on that little bit longer. Smashed down the ground by Clark, short of Arshdeep at mid-off.
Of course, their weather apps, their weather intelligence, likely to be a bit more scientific than ours, Ben. They might have some real intelligence as to if we are going to get any delays or stoppages or not.
Everson too young. Good delivery, squared him up a touch. It goes out towards point for a single because Kent have got pretty much everyone out on the boundary now.
After this over, there'll be 85 overs remaining in the day, because we'd, assuming there's a declaration, we'd lop 2 overs off that. So not really going to have much of an opportunity with a second new ball.
Everson bowls, goes for a little ramp around the corner and gets it. It was a slower ball and just helps it on its way. Here, Joe Clark. He's absolutely raced on to 63 from 29 balls. 271 for 2, and the lead up to 305 now.
I mean, we always say that, don't we, about the second new ball, but there's, you know, as we've seen in the past, there's nothing to stop sides bowling at 20 overs an hour and earning a chance with a second new ball, but it tends not to happen.
Everson forcefully struck back up the pitch towards mid-on. Are they going to declare here? No sign at the moment of any movement or waving from the boundary. Up in that top tier of the pavilion, the Nottinghamshire changing room.
Declared now they'd have 83 overs, or a minimum of 83 overs, but no, they're going to go on, and Kent respond by making a bowling change. Jazz Singh is just going to try and maybe pick up a cheap wicket or two at the end of the day, or the end of the innings.
Yeah, Arshdeep's done, and his last involvement for Kent may well be with the bat, which if it does get down to that, I would suggest it could be some nervy moments for Kent supporters if Arshdeep has to bat today. So Jazz Singh then.
Seeing them bowls down the leg side, and Joe Clark will feel he's missed out on that one. It was a real old loosener from Jazz.
It's not a bad line to bowl, to be honest, in this format. Sometimes those are the ones that are tricky to get away in. One day cricket you get a wide for them, but
well, yeah, he's got a man at long leg, another man at deep backward square. But Clark this morning has made a very good job of bisecting the fielders with anything he's hit towards the rope. Here's Jazz Singh in again from the pavilion end at Trent Bridge, and Clark does pull it out this time. Too deep backward square, will only be a single. 273 for two, the lead 307. Young was on 33 when Clark came out to bat, and already Clark is way past his New Zealand teammate. Young 57, Clark 65. Jazz Singh to bowl to Will Young. Drops it on the leg side. The call is 2. They will easily come back for that second run. The crowd tend to like things like that, as you can hear. Show of real intent, good running, purposeful cricket. And Will Young on to 59, 275 for two, the lead 309 here on BBC Radio Nottingham. BBC Radio Kent, Dave Bracegirdle and Ben Watts. We'd love to hear from you at Brace Cricket, at Ben Watts Sport. Jazz Singh bowls and Clark will get a boundary. As I was just saying about finding the gaps between two fielders, bisected them nicely on the leg side, and that is the century partnership from 65 balls. Will Young 30 of that century partnership, Joe Clark 65, obviously a handful of extras as well.
I mean, as it's turned out, Ben Slater getting out was obviously a blow for him because he wanted 200s in the match, but for Nottinghamshire it hasn't turned out too badly at all, because Clark scored so quickly. Young with that boundary moves to 63.
Jazz Singh in again. Young again drops it on the leg side. I don't think there'll be two here. He's hit it too firm. Andy Easom, Dave, I wish Will Young was here for the remainder of the season. If I've read the Black Caps schedule correctly, he might be available for the whole of next season if something can be sorted. There's Andy, clearly a Will Young fan. The only Astro is with us from Bunbury in Western Australia. Good day, he says. Good day. 280 for two. Jazz Singh bowls. And Joe Clark has just thumped this into his instep and hobbles around for a moment, doesn't get a run. The Astro. Good day, Dave. Astro from Bunbury. Tuning in for the final day of this county match with Kent. How long do you expect Notts to bat and put Kent into the driving seat to see an unlikely win? Well, 280 for two. I think Ben would probably say it would be an unlikely win from here, but it'll be interesting to see their approach. Matt Quinn's going to come into the attack.
I think Notts are missing a trick here. I think they should have ducked out by now. I don't think Kent are going to chase 300 plus today, and the longer they go on, the more Kent are not even going to try. So unless Notts truly believe that Kent won't try regardless, then I don't know. I don't really see the point then still being out there, to be honest.
Captains do tend to be a little cautious normally. Notts have had their fingers burnt once this season with an overly generous declaration.
Quinn then replacing Joey Everson, bowling very wide of the off stump, too wide.
Richard Dawson has sent the clip in of some nifty footwork from Will Young. I'll have a little later. Richard, thank you very much, appreciate it. Mark Muggerseff, come on Notts, you can do this, he says. 281 for 2.
Kent's over 8 is back to 0.
Oh yeah.
Quinn's running back to his mark just to make sure. As he's past the umpire and bowling, a short ball which Young can't help on its way. He's got 64 from 59.
In running.
Clark 65 from 33.
See, the umpires like this. They like this. They like to see that a side is making it. Mind you, what's happening now?
Oh, you know when you're playing junior cricket
Yeah.
and you all swap round one
Well,
in terms of position.
it's musical chairs as well. When the music stops, you can stand still. They're all moving round.
They've got 2 third men now because of the line that Quinn's bowling wide outside the off stump, chasing this one Young and failing to get bat on ball.
Musical chairs. Oh, it's volleyball, isn't it? After each point, we'll all move round one. Are everybody on the fence? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, now.
4 on the leg side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside. Everybody is on the rope. Drop it and run 2, boys.
Quinn again, pulling wide of the off stump, driven away. They should get 2 here. In fact, they're only going to take 1. Good fielding from Joey Everson. Not the worst thing to keep Clark on strike anyway.
Pint for the marker. 65 each.
282 for 2. 316 the lead. I wonder if Stephen Mullaney, is that him who's just parked himself out in the Notts balcony, front and centre-ish? Dave's going to get the binoculars out. Slower ball from Quinn, which Clark is unable to fetch.
No, I can see Tom Moore's the only one I can see in white. In fact, I can see Brett Hutton inside in whites.
Who's that front and centre in the yellow?
That's the strength and conditioning coach, Liam Price.
Here comes Quinn. Bowling to Clark, moves across his stumps, cuts this one away down towards third man. Blake should field this in the deep. They will come back for 2. Good running once more. It's been a decent over this from Matt Quinn though. He's managed to hide the ball outside off stump and stop any boundaries. Clark will move across his stumps, you would think, trying to tempt Quinn to go straight, and then he can fetch it to the short boundary. Quinn has to be disciplined here. Ball's full and wide. It's a attempted Yorker, but it's a full toss which has been driven out to leaning. Only 1 run will be taken. End of another over.
Seba Meads on the balcony. Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, is on the balcony, but no sign of the skipper. You can see Lyndon James still in his gold training top, and under normal circumstances, or in the first innings anyway, he came in at 7, so he's not quite ready to have a bat or a bowl. So they're going to go on a bit longer. 83 overs remain in the day, or a minimum of, provided the weather doesn't intervene. The floodlights are on. Jazz Singh bowls, and a really good delivery right up in the block hole, and all Joe Clark can do is just jab his bat down on it, and single field off his own bowling. Your 12 o'clock's looking a pretty good shout, Ben, even though you weren't sure. Singh again. This is his 9th over, and Clark will slam this down the ground for just a single.
Yeah, didn't quite get hold of it.
No. 286 for 2. Clark 69, Young 65. They've added 109.
It's been good to watch so far this morning. Certainly if you're a home supporter or a neutral.
Stephen Mullaney in whites has just come out onto the balcony. Of course, he's due in next, so he would have been in whites, but Stephen Mullaney is on the balcony. Single taken. 287 for 2. He's, as we look, Ben, the left edge. Tom Moores was sat there. Tom Moores has gone inside, and Stephen Mullaney's come back out.
Yeah, so at the end of this over, we'd lose 2, and then there'd be 80 left in the day.
Yeah, a minimum of. As I said, you know, there's nothing to stop Notts rattling through and giving themselves 5 or 6 overs. At the end of the day, they'll be hoping they're not needed. Jazz Singh bowls, and Clark again gives it plenty down the ground. That's another wonderful shot. One bounce for 291 for 2. There are 2 balls left in the over. You might as well use them.
Yeah. 3-2-5 the lead. 291 for 2.
Tell you, Stephen Mullany's got his pads on. But of course he would have. He was due in next. Just maybe not taking them off. And Clark this time goes underneath it, out onto the leg side. Might be caught at deep mid wicket, and he has been caught. And Stephen Mullany has got to his feet and gone inside. Clark is coming off. 291 for 3. Joe Clark out for 73. And he's been caught by Jack Leaning from the bowling of Jazz Singh. 291 for 3. And Will Young standing there, I think, waiting for a message from the dressing room.
I think Steve Mullany's gone to get his gear.
Joe Clark getting the applause at the crease for 3/4 of an hour. 40 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes, and he's gone for 73, caught by Jack Leaning from the bowling of Jazz Singh. I beg your pardon. Jazz Singh with the wicket. And Stephen Mullany is coming out, so clearly feels they haven't got enough yet. In fact, it's Tom Moores. Tom Moores is coming. So right hand, left hand. Moores got 94 in the first innings, batting at 6, comes in at 5. Totally agree with you, Ben. That was probably the time to say, right, we'll back our bowlers. The lead is 3-2-5. 80 overs would be at Nottinghamshire's disposal if they declared then. 3-2-5 in 80 for Kent to win. It's 4 and over, but it's always a tough task in the 4th innings. There's 1 ball left in this over. Sure, they've not sent Tom Moores out just for 1 ball.
I mean, they could have done. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. They might as well use the ball left in this over. What's Tom Moores going to do?
Jazz Singh to bowl to Moores, play and a miss through to the keeper. 291 for 3. Scratching away at his mark at this end, so he's not going anywhere. So Notts bat on. Wicket in that over. Jazz Singh 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. This morning Ben Slater out for 87. First ball he faced, unable to add to his overnight score, and now Joe Clark out for 73 in that over, caught at deep mid wicket by Leaning.
Like you say, in terms of run rate, 4 and over gives Kent the chance of winning it, but personally I just can't see them going at it that hard. As Quinn continues with a short delivery outside the off stump, helped on its way by Young out towards 3rd man. So now they've got a left-hander on strike.
Kent's over 8's just dipped to -1 again. So the scorers are certainly letting them know, aren't they?
Considering they've been running around as quickly as they can, I'm surprised at that.
Been fetching a lot of balls back there, haven't they?
True.
We've had a few 7-ball overs.
Quinn once again. Around the wicket into the pad of Tom Moores, drops away onto the onside.
Thanks to Ian B, says he's very much enjoying the commentary and the coverage. Says, come on, finish it off, Notts. One way to go before finishing the match off. Matt Quinn again running back.
It's slightly bizarre seeing Kent run around, because ideally they want to take time out of the game, but they're doing it, of course, to avoid any penalty points for slow over rate. Wide outside the off stump, Young trying to fetch it, gets an inside edge, and it goes through to Harry Finch. So Quinn gets the ball thrown at him by the keeper, and then he runs back to the top of his mark. Good fitness exercise for Matt Quinn, this. Almost looks like he's coming in off a shorter run-up as well. Fulham wide outside the off stump, driven away by Young, leaning very active in the field. Never in doubt that he was going to take that catch to remove Joe Clark. Safest pair of hands in the team. So Slater for 87 and Clark for 73. Quick fire, 40 ball innings from him. Quinn slowed up in his action there and bowled a low full toss, which has clipped away out towards deep square leg for a run. Field not really changing too much for the left and right handers.
No.
That just takes time. Quinn's definitely bowling off about 10 paces here at the moment. Bowling a full wide Yorker, which has been run down towards third man for a single. End of another over. 3:30 the lead. 29643.
Close up there on the live stream of the Nottinghamshire balcony. Brett Hutton on the left in his training top, in the middle of Seba Mead. He's got his black tracky top on next to Peter Moores, watching on, and you just peer beyond the glass. The rest of them in there watching. I'm sure they'll actually they'll not be listening to our nonsense, but I'm sure they'll be watching the pictures as well on the screens in there. 296 for 3 as Jazz Singh bowls and Will Young drives down the ground.
If they are listening, I'd like to ask, why are you still batting? This is surely enough. 3-3-1 the lead. Get out there and try and bowl. Give yourself as many overs as you can.
Jazz Singh bowls. Tom Moores punishes this onto the leg side with some mighty smiting. It absolutely thudded into the advertising boards. They must be strong, you know, to resist some of the pummelling they get over the course of a season.
Stephen Mullaney's just come back out onto the balcony and sat next to the head coach now.
300 up. 301 for 3. Almost a complete indifference. And now Tom Moores will work this one into the offside for a couple more. 303 for 3. The lead 337. Perhaps if you get the binoculars the right way around, Dave. Yep, Stephen Mullaney and Peter Moores. There we go. Wonderful camera work. Just showing them all. Going through their battle plans. Jazz Singh in again to Tom Moores. We'll get a single here. Going to move on to 8. So he's scored more than 100 in this match. 94 in the first innings.
In fairness, if the team brief of the plan before the start of play was we bat for an hour, then they've batted as well as they could for an hour here, Notts.
Well, yeah, they've 128 for 2 this morning. Just Singh walked down the leg side, taken by Finch, who's taken a couple of catches in this innings. May well need to show what he can do with the bat again later on. That's assuming he gets to the crease. Batted at 5 in the first innings. Maybe that the openers will bat all day. 304 for 3. Singh in again. Oh, that's got to be called. Yeah, that's a wide. That's not going to help Kent's cause. 2 runs and another delivery to be bowled by Jazz Singh.
By the way, I've just had a look at the BBC Sport scorecard. The BBC Sport scorecard says Slater LBW Everson, but then if you look at another cricket website, it says caught by Finch. So
I wonder if that's been changed. Next delivery on its way and single taken. Yeah, I mean, I thought Joey went up straight away, and it seemed like initially they were having sixpence one way and half a bob the other, as they say. 306 for 3, but we'll get confirmation of that in the fullness of time. I wouldn't be surprised if that was changed, but he might have nicked it. We'll have to find out. Young has 71.
One way or the other, he was out.
Got him out twice, eh?
It's not a bad effort.
Will Young actually at the Oval was given out by both umpires.
Here comes Matt Quinn, another over. Fulham wide outside the off stump, driven away by Young. They'll come back for 2. Good running between the wickets here, Nottinghamshire.
Got his century and was then facing a spinner. Keeper standing up, Ben Folkes, and just reached forward And folks took the ball and whipped off a bail, and it was it was ironic. You saw the umpire at the standing end confirming there'd been a nick, and the square leg umpire confirming he was stumped.
Short and wide, no ball for height from Matt Quinn. This is not helping the Kent over rate.
It's not. These 7 ball overs, I tell you what, the definition of a panic will be if it goes to -2.
Quinn's bowling off 10 less steps, in fact, now. This one's driven away out towards leaning at deep cover. They run back for 2. 350 lead, maybe what Nottinghamshire are looking for here now. 312 for 3. 4 runs away from that.
I know they always say that it's the team's needs first, but if Young gets to 90...
What on earth was that run up from Matt Quinn? He's coming in off about 5 paces. He's jumped out to the left and then come back in towards the stumps. They run for 2 more.
If they have another over and Young gets most of the strike and suddenly finds himself 90 or in the 90s.
Quinn too young, can only jam this into the offside for a single.
Midday news, BBC Radio Nottingham is playing in our ears. Ben's gone to update listeners in the Garden of England. I'm sure I'll have to give an update for Radio Nottingham. Quinn round the wicket to Moores down the leg side. Tom Moores swishing away, misses it. Through to Finch, lobs it back to the bowler, who again races back to his mark. 1 ball left in the over. Kent would require 350 right now. There's another single here, so Kent would require 351. That lead is 350. 316 for 3. And again, there's no movement, no sign. So we're going to have another over. .316 for 3. Tom Moores has 9. Jas Singh to bowl to him. And he slammed this a long way down the ground, and he's been caught at long off. It's a really good catch. 316 for 4 as Tom Moores falls for 9. All eyes on the Nottinghamshire balcony just to see if a declaration is due, but it's not come yet. They're 316 for 4 as Tom Moores has just been dismissed for 9. The third one to fall this morning after Ben Slater failed to add to his overnight 87. Joe Clark a quick fire 73, and now Moores out. 316 for 4. Nottinghamshire's lead is 350. So Stephen Mullaney is going to come out and bat with that lead, 350. It was a good catch on the long off fence by I think it was Alex Blake who took the catch. Indeed, it's up on the scoreboard just to confirm it. 316 for 4, the lead 350. So Notts being a little cautious here, you'd imagine. Mullaney, the captain, to the middle. Still 5 balls left in this over. Jas Singh getting his 2nd wicket. Here he comes. And to bowl to the Notts captain, who can't get off the mark. First ball pushes it straight back to Jas Singh. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, tickled away either via bat or pad. I need to have a look. It's 1 to the total, 317 for 4. Yes, Stephen Mullaney's off the mark. Singing again. Now Will Young, And he's hit it high up into the air, and Alex Blake is out there again, and Blake can't get anything on it, and it's gone for 6. Blake trying to just time his run and leap to perfection, hoping to scoop the ball back inside the boundary rope, but unable to. 6 more to Will Young, takes him to 84. Singing again to Young, will open the face, guide it down to third man, will get a single. .324 for 4. Lead is 358. There's 1 ball left in this over. Another 8 runs have come since the fall of the wicket. Here is Jazz Singh in to Mullaney. Will get a single. 325 for 4. If the declaration comes now, there'll be 76 overs as a minimum. 325 for 4. Doesn't look like Mullaney's going to pull the plug here. 359 is the lead. So right now, Kent would require 360 from 76 overs minimum. Umpires are just having a chat. Don't want to go off for light, that's for sure. Kent's over 8 is good. Good to the tune that it's positive. +1. T says, brilliant to watch Nott's positive intent this morning, but puzzling as to why that's changed in the last 15 minutes. We should be bowling, says T. 325 for 4. 149 for 3 this morning. Now 150 for 3 for Nottinghamshire this morning in 1 hour and 6 minutes. As Mullaney turns this for a single, so he's on to 3. 150 runs in 66 minutes this morning. 3 wickets have gone down. Here's Matt Quinn off a few paces. That would have been a wide, but Will Young, I think, sensing a 3-figure score is here for the take-in, reaches for it, gets another run, moves to 86. 327 for 4, and you just wonder, Nott's going to give themselves enough time. Quinn bowls, Mullaney will get another single. 328 for 4. Does seem as if could have been bowling by now, as 1 or 2 correspondents are starting to say.
I genuinely can't believe they haven't ducked out yet.
No. Scored their runs at an almighty lick this morning. I did say 12:30, but I certainly wasn't expecting them to have scored 150 runs by this stage of the day. This is lifted up in the air and out to deep backward point. And there's only another single. 329 for 4.
Good bowling this by Matt Quinn, not giving the batters enough pace to work with to try and find the rope.
Yeah, Kent's over 8 +1, so they're all right. Mullaney on strike on 4. Quinn bowls a bouncer, and Mullaney will again just dab it down there for another single.
Yes, Kent can afford to take their time a little bit more in the field than rush around like they have been because of that +1 up on the scoreboard.
So I think the issue now, and I mean it shouldn't be an issue because they should be bowling, you'd imagine, is that Will Young is closing in on a century. 330 for 4. That shouldn't be a factor, but it will be. He slams this onto the leg side, up into the air, and will be caught, and is caught. And that is the end of Will Young for 87. Now then, Stephen Mullaney, are you going to send somebody else out to join you in the middle?
Seemingly, yes.
Yes, there's no movement. So Young, like Slater, has gone for 87. Will Young caught by Ben Compton on the deep square boundary from the bowling of Matt Quinn. 87 from 79 balls, 5 4s and 3 6s, 330 for 5. And Will Young's going to get a great ovation. That'll be his last innings for Nottinghamshire, at least for the time being. And he's getting a good ovation, as you can hear. Dave Palmer, Dave, my theory is they're waiting for Will Young to get his 100. Well, there we are. Dave obviously sent that in just before that wicket. Rob Collins said, Dave, that was a brilliant catch actually by Blake. He made it look as easy as picking an apple from a tree branch. It was a good catch. Lyndon James coming out to join his skipper.
Blake's a superb fielder. Him and Jack Leaning, certainly the 2 men you'd want under those steepling catches. Ben Compton, the one who safely held on to that one.
That's the end of the over, and we're going to get another over.
don't mind still being out there. I know effectively what Nottinghamshire are doing is batting Kent out of the game and taking the Kent win off the table, as Jazz Singh is bowling here to Mullaney and he flicks it away into the onside. But I don't honestly think Kent were going to try. I know that Middlesex have gone above them in the table, and that maybe would have forced their hand to try and think about it. But their best chance of getting a good amount of points from this game is to bat the day for the draw. So at the moment, every over that Nottinghamshire bat on,
agree with you,
Kent don't have to face. Jazz Singh bowls a short ball, and it's pulled around the corner by James for a single to the subfielder Nathan Gilchrist, who's been doing a bit of bowling during the lunch breaks and was doing so actually before the start of play here. So good news for Kent with the fact that Gilchrist is looking like he might be back to fitness soon, and the likes of Billings, Bell, Drummond, O'Riordan playing today for the second team. And a friendly at Beckenham as this one's pushed away off the back foot by Mullaney into the offside, easy single.
Not really played a shot in anger, the skipper. I know he was just getting Will Young back on strike, and Young was going for the big blows, but he's not really played a shot in anger, Stephen Mullaney. 7 from 8 balls faced.
Lyndon James on strike. This next one from Jazz Singh is driven hard into the offside for a single. What are Notts waiting for here? What are they waiting for?
Don't know. Don't know.
Really surprised that the departure of Will Young didn't lead to the declaration. Jazz Singh bowls, and Mullaney again isn't even going after it in anger at the moment, just nudging it around for singles.
Kent in their first innings, remember, batted for 104 overs. So it's not like, you know, they've got a bit of previous. They were skittled out inside 50 overs in this match. They weren't. So Notts might need to give themselves every single delivery they can.
I mean, the cloud cover, the floodlights on. Joey Everson's bowling spell earlier on showed there's movement out there for the seamers, which will be an encouragement, as this one's off the inside edge for James. They'll run one, they think about two, but they won't come back for it despite the misfield from Geddes. That'll give the bowlers encouragement.
Carl says agree with the commentators, Dave. No idea why Notts are still batting. Enough runs on the board. If Kent win, you put your hands up and say well played, Kent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not like the Middlesex one. 249 was it in 40 overs Middlesex was set, and they really did have almost a free hit at that, and they got home with about 4 overs to spare. But this is a completely different scenario, chasing 370 now.
Notts got 350 in their first innings. There's no way they're going to chase 370 in one day. They're still batting.
There's Quinn, bowls to Lyndon James, just deliberately plays the uppercut down to third for a single. 337 for 5.
And we're not expecting any rain, but light could be an issue.
Yeah.
Maybe not so happy with the draw from this game.
Well, Quinn bowls, and Stephen Mullaney again cuts it down to third for a single. 338 for 5. The lead is 372.
Matt Quinn's almost bowling spin here at the moment, off about 7 or 8 paces and bowling a lot of slower balls.
His delivery wide of the pegs and hammered away by Lyndon James into the offside. We'll go for 4. Nice shot from Lyndon James. Gets his first boundary. Rory Malloy on Twitter or X or whatever it's called. Hi, loving the commentary on this overcast Friday. Very happy to be watching some Mullaney magic. Hopefully he'll pile on a quick 50, or maybe we'll see him score his 10,000th first class run today. Stranger things have happened. Bifters. Will Young had better leave right now. Yeah, we've had all them bifters. As Quinn bowls, and Lyndon James again into the offside. 343 for 5. Pat O'Neill batting on now is mystifying. It must be a plan, but you'd have thought we'd need time in the match to bowl them out. Agree with you, Pat. We've been saying that.
I admire the captain's confidence in his bowlers.
Next delivery is a bouncer. That'll have to be reloaded. Surely, yes. Yeah, no ball. Short, wide, ugly from Matt Quinn. Got to re-bowl that one, Matthew.
Test match, by the way, 21 runs in the first hour of play.
Yeah, similar to what we've had here, isn't it? Quinn is in and bowls, and Mullaney does lift this one up into the sky, and it sails away on the breeze for 6 over the offside. You don't get too many of those to the pound, do you? 6 over extra cover. Lovely clean pickup from Mullaney. 350 up, 351 for 5, lead 385. Can't get over Bifters saying he'd better leave right now. I mean, we've done that 1,000 times, Bifters. This one's chopped away on the offside by Mullaney, another single. Nobody loves a pun more than me, but we've done that one to death.
Evergreen aside, which we've also had in this game, I can't think of too many more Will Young tracks.
No, I did. First time I interviewed him, I said right at the end, because it's the obvious thing to say. And finally, Will, great to see you. What's your favourite Will Young song? And he said, oh, there's a funny story, which is always a delight, isn't it, when you're interviewing, when they go, oh, there's a funny story.
Right.
And he said 2 years ago when he signed to play for Durham, it was a little bit of a player's initiation. When the new players arrive, you've got to sing a song for the dressing room. He said he knew that, so he learnt the words to Evergreen, stood up and sang Evergreen for the Durham players.
That is great. That is great chat, because it's not like Will Young's particularly famous anymore. Pop Stars was a long time ago. Pop Idol or whatever it was. So that's great, great banter. Arafat Bhuyan's coming into the attack. Kent have made a bowling change. Nottinghamshire insist upon batting on. Maybe 400 is their target. We're just throwing ideas into the air now. Why they're still batting?
Yeah, or 400 or 500.
Yeah, maybe they're still going to be batting at 5 o'clock. Comes Arafat once more. Down the leg side, Linda James helps it on its way. Joey Everson can't see the ball. It's gone all the way for 6.
I tell you what, don't they call that a home run in the States?
How's he managed to get so much distance on a little flick into the leg side?
Well, it was a little flick, but he hit it so hard. Just wonder what the speed coming off the bat then was. That was as I say, that was a home run. Steve Crawley says you're not missing much at the Test match. There's a boycott Tavares tribute act going on. Speed 3 going nowhere fast, he says.
Very good. Arafat Bhuyan bowls once more. He helps it on its way again. That's gone so high in the air. Albert underneath it. That's 6 though. That's 6. Really good honesty from the young man as well. He took the catch. Thought, yes, I've caught it, wait, my foot's touching the rope, and immediately signalled 6, so he gets a good hand from the crowd. Toby Albert, that is very honest of you indeed, young man. One would argue that he maybe just needed to be slightly more aware of that he was that close to the rope, but what can you do?
Steve Mullaney's just put his hand up to the dressing room balcony. I have no idea what that's about.
399 the lead now, because James has hit 2 6s in this Arafat Bhuyan over. Now he's driving this one away out towards cover for a single, so the lead is 400 for Nottinghamshire. They can't be out there for much longer, surely.
David Palmer, I suppose Will Young had better leave right now.
Are you doing it on purpose,
Where
David?
have you been?
Here comes Arafat, bowls, Mullaney up and over cover, and that might go for 6 as well. It has. It's the short boundary, of course. Ben Compton was tiptoeing around it. Arafat's taken an absolute pounding in this over.
20, I think, off 5. 3 6s and 2 1s, yeah.
Not particularly intelligent bowling, you would say. He needed to have looked at what Matt Quinn was doing and perhaps taken a bit more pace off. He's in again. Mullaney moving around in his crease, and he's had his middle stump poleaxed. And that will surely be it.
Yep.
The declaration comes as the skipper is cleaned up by Arafat Bhuyan. 3-7-2 for 6 in the end, Nottinghamshire. 406 runs the lead. 407 will be needed by Kent from 72 overs remaining in the day's play.
Lyndon James 22 not out. Stephen Mullaney then last out, bowled by Boyan for 23. Absolute mayhem this morning, just 4 runs shy of 200 scored in an hour and 18 minutes by Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater out for 87 to Joey Everson. Final ball of the first over of the day, first ball that Slater faced. He wasn't the only one to go for 87, because Will Young also fell for 87. Joe Clark a quick-fire 73. Tom Moores in the quest for runs went for 9, and Stephen Mullaney losing his middle stump for 23. Lyndon James, who hit one of the biggest sixes I've seen, and then the second one we've just seen again on the live stream. Toby Albert stepping on the rope as he caught it. Another 6. Lyndon James 22 not out. 372 for 6 declared. The lead 406. So Kent, if they were to pull off a, you'd have to say, an unlikely victory at this stage, would require 407 from 72 overs. That last over from Arafat Boyan, 1 for 20. There we are. We'll give you all the bowling figures. We'll go through it all again. We'll just try and catch our breath and make sense of it when we come back. We'll just take a quick comfort break. But Kent will begin their second innings, weather permitting, because it is dark overhead, in 10 minutes' time, and we'll be back to bring you it. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where Kent will shortly begin their second innings. Remember, they've been set to score 407 from a minimum of 72 overs. You'd imagine right now that's a nominal target. We'll have to see how it goes, but absolute mayhem this morning, as you'll no doubt be aware. Kent put around the pot to the tune of 372 for 6 declared from 63 overs. The men out this morning: Ben Slater, LBW Joey Everson for 87, Joe Clark caught by Jack leaning out on the fence off the bowling of Jazz Singh for 73, Will Young caught Compton, bowled Quinn for 87, Moores caught Blake, bowled Singh for 9. That was a good catch by Alex Blake. Getting all these catches out in the deep. Stephen Mullaney losing his middle stump from the bowling of Arafat Boyan for 23, leaving Lyndon James 22 not out from only 9 balls faced. We've had 10 sixes hit in this innings, 3 by Will Young, 3 by Joe Clark, and 2 apiece by Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James. And the bowling figures, they're not terribly pretty. Jazz Singh 2 for 72, the most successful. Kent are out there. Brett Hutton's to bowl to Ben Compton. First ball's gone through to the keeper, and it's attack, attack, attack. 3 slips in there. There's a short leg, a short catching mid-wicket. And between the short leg and a short catching mid-wicket, there's also a Seba Mead, who's a few paces deeper. Clearly fancy that if Hutton brings one back into the left-hander, might just be played onto the leg side towards one of those 3 catches. But this is cut away for 4 through the offside by Ben Compton, and that'll get the Kent innings up and running. Lyndon James chasing, the ball winning that chase. Those bowling figures: Jazz Singh 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 72, the most successful. The other wicket takers: Arshdeep Singh 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 86. Matt Quinn 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 54. Joey Everson 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. Arafat Boyan with that last wicket to fall. I'll give you his figures in a moment, because Hutton comes in again, and Everson, little push and run into the offside. And there's a single. Compton on to 5. Boyan 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41, and the other 2 bowlers used. Jack Leaning 6 overs, no maidens, none for 41. Alex Blake 2 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Nottinghamshire 372 for 6 declared. There were 26 extras, made up of 12 no balls, 2 wides, 4 byes and 8 leg byes. Innings lasted 63 overs, so Toby Albert on strike. This one nips away, goes through to Tom Moores. So Kent with a nominal victory target of 407, but more realistically, if the light holds, they've got to bat for the rest of the day. 72 overs is the total. That's Hutton in once more. Albert defends. The other Division 1 game, Lancashire this morning declared their first innings closed on a whopping 544 for 7. 3 Centurions: Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and Phil Salt. And Northants, who around about 200 behind in their second innings, are already 35 for 2. Wickets for Bailey and Morley. 5 without loss, Kent. That's Hutton into Toby Albert, and he will conclude the first over with a defensive push. So that's the only other Division 1 game. Northants 35 for 2. Division 2, no play before lunch, where they've had a lot of rain at Scarborough between Yorkshire and Division 2 league leaders Durham. At Derby, quite astonishingly, in the first innings There was an opening partnership of 165 between Harry Kame and Lewis Rees. They're at it again, 161 without loss, and Lewis Rees currently 99 not out. That's against Glamorgan, so terrific effort from those two. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 260 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 406. That's day 3 there, remember. Dane Patterson to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls to Compton, who leaves the crease, pops it up on the leg side into the hands of Slater, but only pad involved, despite the animated cries of catch out there in the middle. Got just under half an hour to go before the luncheon interval. Normal timings today, 96 over day. There's Patterson once more, and Compton just plays this defensively. Not onto the offside, no run. Three slips. Joe Clark, who's got his own shirt on today, batted in the Clark 33. Earlier in the match he was wearing Tom Moore's spare shirt. Clark's at first slip, Calvin Harrison at second, and Will Young is at third slip. It's Patterson into bowl, and Compton on the front foot pushes it into the covers where Hamid is fielding. Will Young has had his last innings for Notts. He was contracted for 3 matches. Played in a draw in his first match where he got 100 at the Oval against Surrey, obviously. Last week here against Hampshire he played in a losing cause, so the only result he's not had yet is the win, and he made 87 today to try and help Notts towards that goal. Worked away on the leg side by Compton. It went quickly to ground just to the right of Ben Slater. 5 without loss. All 5 to Compton, who was dismissed LBW in the first innings by Brett Hutton. Toby Albert was dismissed by Luke Fletcher, of course isn't on the field. Here comes Patterson in again to Compton, drives into the offside. That's nicely fielded at backward point there. That's Ben Martindale, who's on as the subfielder today at backward point. Number 12 made a good stop, remains 5 without losses. Ben returns, having updated the listeners in the Garden of England. All points in the southeast, even as far as Margate, which we talked about yesterday. Compton on strike, good delivery past the shoulder of the bat, through to Tom Moore's maiden for Pato. Dane Patterson, 5 without loss. The only Pato play, and of course this time last year awfully confusing for the commentators when we had Pato, Pato and Pato. Dane Patterson, James Pattinson and Liam Patterson-White all in the same side for much of last season, but Dane the only one playing at the moment. James has left and Liam not in the side. 5 without loss, Kent.
A few interactions. Mark Doidge on Twitter saying, I can't believe that Notts didn't declare sooner. There's no chance of Kent scoring the runs. I'll be disappointed if they're bowled out in 72 overs, even if it is almost a second 11 team as Hutton bowls. Oh, there's a beauty from Hutton to remove the off stump of Toby Albert. And Kent are 5 for 1 in their second innings, and there is one of the 10 wickets that Notts require to bowl Kent out inside those overs. Mike Taylor getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, I'm mystified that Notts thought they needed to bat it on. If Kent had Crawley, Bell, Drummond, etc., fair enough. And then Michael Wilson, a Notts fan, saying, love the comms as always during the match. I think Notts were rightly wary after being stung down at Lord's. He was saying declare at 12:20, which was pretty much when it happened. half an hour before lunch, 2 sessions, can't just afford to throw away 8 points against the team close to us. Anyway, he believes the hitmen will do the business. Don't fear. That's Michael and Redhill, and they have started just perfectly with that wicket for Brett Hutton.
Well, do you know who the hitman is? That's Brett Hutton. So that was a very good shout, Mike. Hitman Hutton, they call him. Not quite sure if they've got an alliterative nickname for Ben Geddes, but he's made his way out to the middle. That was a beauty, wasn't it?
Oh, that's the nip backer. That's one that's gone the other way. Normally, it's his away swing, away swing, away swing that poses the threat to the batters, but that one has nipped back and whacked the off stump out of the ground, and Toby Albert on his way.
Let's get a score this morning, declare, and see if we can get a wicket before lunch. I'm sure that would have been, you know, Nottinghamshire's goal this morning, and with almost 25 minutes of the session to go, about 23 minutes, they've already achieved those goals. We all think Notts batted on maybe 20 minutes too long, but just maybe the captain's got it absolutely right. It means he can have ridiculously attacking fields, which is what he's set throughout.
Geddes then, the loney, in at number 3. This one doesn't balloon up to short leg, but there was a bit of pad involved as it was straight delivery from Hutton.
Bob the Coventry Pie, let's go Notts, more in hope than expectation. It's the hope that kills you. Well, there's the first one. Sam saying blimey to the fact that Notts got 196 runs in such a short time this morning.
3 slips in the gully, Geddes, and a short leg for him. This one beats the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Hutton. 1 for 5, Kent 5 for 1.
Steve Crawley's too smart for you and I. He says, one word for Will Young's batting this morning, Dave: grace. He says you might have to Google his discography to find that one. Grace. So obviously one of the minor, lesser known Will Young hits, but thanks for that, Steve. Glad you're doing our work for us. 5 for 1.
It doesn't hit as hard when we all don't know what the song is, though. I think that might be one of his more recent singles, perhaps. This one is on the front pad, maybe a little bit too high, but Geddes in a world of trouble at the moment, trying to fend off the hitman. I like it, actually.
Hitman Hutton.
It's a good nickname, especially when he's taking poles all over the place.
Yeah, that's 49 he's got now for the season. I mean, well, obviously it goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway. Having a phenomenal year. Didn't play in the first match. He was left out. He was left out of the 12.
It's been relentless so far in this spell. That's turned away nicely by Geddes into the onside for a single. I blame Mark, by the way, who tweeted in, and as soon as I read out that tweet about, oh, I'd be amazed if Kent get bowled out in 72, or he said they'd be disappointed if Kent got bowled out in 72 overs, and the next ball there was a wicket.
Yeah, waiting your next correspondence, Mark. I usually say that we all get caught like that. We're just saying how nicely somebody's timing it and they get out, or how well somebody's bowling and they get smashed out of the park.
Hutton bowls to Compton, inside edge, flashes down to long leg for a single. And at the end of the over, Kent a 7 for 1. 400 more needed to win, but more realistically, 9 wickets needed for Nottinghamshire to take all of the points, and we all know how quickly that Kent tail were dismissed as well.
Just humour me for half a second. If Kent were to win,
right,
it would be 600 runs in a day. I know we see that in you know, the one-day competitions where 300 plays 300, but 600 in a first-class day, that doesn't happen very often, does it? I guess that just sort of puts into some sort of equation how unlikely it is. But crikey, what a morning we've had as Patterson bowls wide of the pegs. We've already had more than 200 runs and 6 wickets. We are 203 for 6 this morning. We've still got more than a quarter of an hour to go, and we lost 10 minutes for the changeover. T says, could be wrong, I reckon that's Brett's 50th county championship wicket this season. I reckon it's his diddle-dee-diddle-dee-dee. Let's have a look. Yes, I think you're right. No, you're not. Next delivery on its way, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Brett went into this game on, go into this game on 45 or 46. You've done me now. You've done me now. 45 going into this game. 3 in the first innings, that's 48, and 1 in this. So he's on 49, I make it. Next delivery on its way. Patterson bowls. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, Notts without Luke Fletcher, so again you'd imagine that Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney will very much have to take up that extra seamer's responsibility and role. Bowl maybe a few more overs between them than necessary, but also Notts will have seen how Kent, certainly the lower order, folded against the leg spin of Calvin Harrison, so a little later on he might have a big role to play. As Patterson into Compton, and he defends. Compton's the one they want. Every wicket is a priceless wicket, but Compton's stickability will mean that Notts will be mightily pleased if and when they can get rid of him. And of course then, should they do that, the focus will return to Leaning and to Finch. Leaning for his experience and the fact that he's got a good record against Notts over the years, and Finch for what he did in the first innings. And of course then Alex Blake, who could hurt them with a little bit of power, and Joey Everson showed what a fine player he is. So until I think they've got Notts, until they've got Kent 6 down or so, I won't be taking anything for granted. This is pushed into the offside, and I guess when that 6th wicket goes down, we can have a reassess how many overs are left in the day.
Yeah, in our hypothetical scenario, that is 100% not going to happen. If Kent were going to chase 400, then you'd say Alex Blake would have to get a very quick 150 off them, probably.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? CPG says Notts have showed everybody their version of Bazball this morning. A new level of Bazball from Notts today, he says. 7 for 1. Dane Patterson bowls again to Compton. It goes through to the keeper, and Dane Patterson started 2 overs, 2 maidens.
I do wonder if it would have turned out any differently if Arshdeep had held on to that catch that he really should have caught, when Joe Clark didn't have very many.
26, I think, and he ended up getting 73. 73 for Joe Clark from, just pull it up, I've got it here with me, from 40 balls, 8 4s and 3 6s. There were 10 sixes hit in the innings, 2 yesterday by Will Young, and he hit another one today. Clark hit 3, and both Morsam, rather Mullaney and James, hit 2 apiece.
So Brett Hutton to continue. Geddes in behind this one, the ball up towards mid-on, amazingly. And this perhaps tells a little bit about Kent's bowling woes this season. Jazz Singh's 6 wickets in the match have taken him to the top of the Kent bowling averages, ahead of Wes Agar, the Australian, who is their leading wicket taker in the championship, and that's with 21 from 6 matches on loan. As Hutton bowls to Ben Geddes again, goes past the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper, and even Arafat Bhuyan with 6 wickets, obviously 4 he took in that first spell of bowling on debut at the Oval, is tucked in behind Agar, ahead of Quinn in terms of average, which obviously only tells half a story. But then you look at Quinn with 18 wickets, Everson with 17 wickets. Again, just haven't had prolific wicket takers like Notts do in the likes of Hutton and Patterson, etc. As Geddes is in behind this next delivery.
Talked about Notts this morning getting 196 runs in 68 minutes. What I don't think I've said, because I've only just worked it out for myself. They got 196 runs in exactly 22 overs, so that was, it was T20 Blast cricket this morning, wasn't it? 196 in 22 overs.
It's always an amazing passage of play when you see every fielder out on the boundary in a red ball game. Geddes defends this out towards point. Probing length from Brett Hutton. Really doesn't miss a trick in terms of putting the batter under pressure with his line, and that Good length that he's hitting, giving the ball every chance to swing. Brings all kinds of methods of dismissal into play. Bowled, LBW, possible catch. Geddes tapping his bat hard on the floor. And then driving this one back towards the bowler, who picks it up in his follow through. Elsewhere, Ollie Price dismissed for 115. Gloucestershire 267 for 7 against Worcestershire.
Just before he came back in, I did have a look. Lewis Rees of Derbyshire was on 99 not out, and I forgot to go back to that because
He's
of the
made
wicket
100
falling. Yep.
in that one. So that looks like it's going to be a draw, and then obviously the Worcestershire-Gloucestershire game at Cheltenham is only on day 3. As Hutton is in and bowling. Away swinger let go by Geddes. 42 for 2, the Northamptonshire score against Lancashire at Old Trafford here. Kent 7 for 1 in reply to Notts 3-7-2 for 6 declared. And pretty much everyone I've been corresponding with, and we've been corresponding with this morning, amazed that Notts batted on so long. Having made 350 first innings, you feel like surely that was as many as they probably needed.
Patterson yet to go for a run. Again, he's bowling to the left-handed Compton, who now does get off strike. Takes a single down to long leg. The fact they've dismissed Toby Albert, I think, pulls it back a bit and sort of gets them to, you know, as I said, the target would probably have been, let's get a score and let's try and get a wicket before lunch. So that, you know, so they've got there.
We 1 o'clock lunch today.
We are.
Is it set lunch on the final day?
Set in stone. Unless the weather forces them off early, or unless Kent are 9 down. Well, neither of those things I don't think are going to happen. Certainly not the latter. We've only got 11 minutes to go until the break. Very much a full and action-packed morning. The first time Geddes to face Patterson. Keeps it out. Ben Geddes has now faced 11 deliveries for his 1.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty much impossible to be 9 down in 9 minutes. The players wouldn't get on and off the pitch quick enough.
No. Send out a lunch watchman. Kent 8 for 1. Toby Albert on his Kent debut. Maybe that's his last innings. Maybe that's his last innings for the White Horse. Next delivery on its way past the outside edge and through to Moores. 8 for 1. Got a good ball, didn't he? Really did get a good ball.
And he applied himself very well in the first innings.
Yep. And he chatted to you when you asked him for an interview as well.
Yeah.
So all is good.
Not a bad few days' work.
Years to come, many years to come, he'll be invited to the Kent Past Players annual dinner, annual get together. Yes, I played a first-class game for them. There's Patterson to bowl to Geddes, who's very much in the same boat. This pushes into the offside, and there's no run. I know it's going to be naughty of me, but as you've got the scorecard somewhere handy, Kent seconds, Essex seconds today.
180 for 3 at the moment.
Who's that then? Who's having
Essex.
first wallop? Essex are walloping. Patterson retreats into the distance towards the pavilion.
Charlie Allison is 86 not out.
Oh, might have earned himself a spot in the one-day side next week. Caught by Slater magnificently, and Patterson gets a wicket. This is dropped on the leg side by Geddes, straight into the hands of the waiting Ben Slater at short leg, and Kent are 8 for 2.
Well, the 2 loanees did a fine job in the first innings, but they've both perished in quick time in this second innings, and it's just ballooned up nicely. I don't think the short leg fielder could have asked for a more inviting opportunity, really. Didn't come to him particularly quickly, and it didn't really require him to move left or right. It just plopped straight into his hands, and Geddes will be mightily disappointed with himself to lose his wicket in that fashion. And Kent 8 for 2 then in their second innings.
And it's a milestone wicket for Dane Patterson. It's his 150th county championship wicket for Nottinghamshire, and it's come up in 2.5 years, and he's also the quickest to do it since Franklin Stevenson. Terrific stuff from Patterson as Jack Leaning makes his way out to the middle.
Well, Kent cricket fans, if you're feeling down in the dumps at the moment, I'll see you again after lunch. Jack Leaning to the crease. The Red Bull skipper feels at times, since he's taken the job, I'm sure, like he's been captain of a sinking ship, because Kent at the moment are 9th in the division, and at real risk of losing this game, having at one stage looked like it was going to be a comfortable draw for them.
Here's Patterson then into Jack Leaning, stands with his bat held up high, and well, he's struck with the first ball, and it's the end of a successful over. Kent 8 for 2, Dane Patterson with the wicket. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1 for the South African, and as I say, it's his 150th first-class wicket for Notts. Good catch by Slater, who didn't have the best of starts to the morning, dismissed first ball, but very much will be back to his bubbly, jovial self after taking a very good sharp catch there at short leg.
This new ball was always likely to be of great importance. We've seen batters have been able to get in and bat time and score runs on this wicket. As Hutton bowls to Compton, and he clips that away down towards long leg for a single, but Nottinghamshire bang on with the field, in my opinion, because leg gully is an area where sometimes Compton does clip the ball in the air, so they've got a man in there and catches on the leg side as well. Right to have those men in those tight positions for Compton, in my opinion. This is a huge partnership for Kent if they're going to pull off a draw in this game, and at the moment you'd say a Notts victory is probably the most likely result, with Kent 9 for 2 and still 60, well, a ball shy of 66 overs remaining in the day minimum, assuming there's no weather, which there isn't due to be bad weather. The light is holding fine for the moment. Floodlights on as Hutton bowls to Leaning, and he defends this hard into the onside with the Kent tail as well. Quinn 8, Jazz Singh 9, Arshdeep 10, Arafat Bhuyan 11. Leave so much on Compton, Leaning, Finch, Blake and Everson. 2 early wickets with the new ball, just what Notts will have wanted, as Leaning edges wide, a 4th slip down towards third man. May well go to the boundary. Yes, indeed it does. He's off the mark with a 4, 13 for 2.
It's a sort of start as well that sort of damages and destroys dressing room morale, doesn't it? The fact that the 2 new boys have both gone 0-1. Couple of wickets before lunch. They were on the wrong end of a bit of a hiding for an hour and a half this morning, or an hour and 20 minutes. Will have gone out there with plenty of hope and aspiration, and all of a sudden find themselves with a lot of the day still to survive.
Bowling here, edge short of second. doesn't carry to Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, if anybody's going to catch it, it'll be Harrison. It was low down, took it nicely, just short of the half volley, wasn't it? It very nearly got to him. Genuine edge, I fancy. Just seeing it on the replay. Yeah, very close to reaching second slip. There are 4 of them in there. Don't nick it, or you're likely to go.
Feels like the slip cordon have just taken one step further forward after that one. Soft hands from Leaning. Hutton to him again and clipped away for 4 through mid-wicket. Very nicely timed. Hutton's line straying onto leg stump. And put away by Leaning. He moves to 8. Compton has 8. Kent 17 for 2.
Catch almost went into the hands of Ben Slater, didn't it? It couldn't have been a more comfortable height. Went quickly straight in there, but he was there, he was ready, he was waiting for it. Went firmly into the hands and stuck at short leg.
Final ball of the over. Forward leaning in defence to block this one out into the offside. Hutton 1 for 16 from 4. Patterson so far 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. And 1 over to go until lunch.
Yeah, it's relentless pressure from these two. They make you play pretty much throughout. So still 65 overs to go, or a minimum of. So this over from Patterson will be where we should be, really. We'll have had 30 overs bowled and the 2 for the change of innings. 17 for 2. Patterson into Compton, who's come a long way down the track towards him, trying to negate any movement. Went quite a way down there. I'd have been getting a ticking off had he been here in the last match, because umpire Pollard was very anti with any batters that advanced towards the bowlers and stood on the offending area. Got himself involved more than a time or two. Masiba Mead in particular was continually getting ticked off for it. 17 for 2. Patterson in again. Popped up short of Slater this time. Might have been just off the pad. Didn't carry in any case. Ticking the deliveries off now. Be 4 balls left until the break. Patterson from the pavilion end. South African international bowls a really good delivery that Compton does well not to nick. I think he was pushing down the line of off stump, securing the knowledge that the ball was wide enough. He was just sort of protecting the stumps in case it was the nip backer. 3 balls gone, 3 balls to go. So I don't think Notts will feel that they've left themselves with too much to do just by virtue of taking those 2 wickets. They declared on 372 for 6, setting Kent a nominal 407 from 72. Not likely to happen. And given! Patterson gets Compton LBW. Dane Patterson has reduced Kent to 17 for 3 and Compton goes for 8. And what a way to end the session for Nottinghamshire, as Ben Compton falls, lunging forward. He's been dismissed. LBW to Dane Patterson, and Kent will go to lunch on 17 for 3, not to require 7 more, and Kent have got 64 overs in which to try and survive. They're 390 runs away from that victory target. That's not going to happen. Cannot get the 7 wickets. They've dismissed Toby Albert, bowled Brett Hutton for naught. That was 5 for 1 in the 3rd over. Ben Geddes caught by Ben Slater at square leg, short leg from the bowling of Patterson for 1. That was 8 for 2 in the 6th, and now they troop off in the 8th over at 17 for 3. Ben Compton LBW to Dane Patterson. Patterson has figures of 2 for 1, Hutton 1 for 16, and that's lunch here at Trent Bridge. We'll try and catch our breath and hope to bring you an equally exciting afternoon session when we come back in 40 minutes time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Players are back out in the middle, ready to resume. Crikey, what a morning. What a morning. If you weren't with us, astonishing stuff really in that morning session. 213 runs, 8 wickets went down, and we also had a 10-minute change of innings as well. Not rattling along, 372 for 6 declared. Seemed like they'd maybe gone on a little bit longer than most judges, most non-cricket playing judges felt, but they redeemed themselves in the eyes of the public by getting 3 wickets. Dane Patterson bowls to Harry Finch at the start of the afternoon session, and a single is taken. This is an unfinished over. There'll be one more delivery to come, because with the in the final over before lunch, the 4th ball of it, Ben Compton was dismissed by Dane Patterson for 8. That left Kent on 17 for 3. They lost Toby Albert, bowled by Brett Hutton for 0, and Ben Geddes caught at short leg by Slater off Patterson for 1. So set to score 407. Those distant thoughts, I guess, have already been put to one side. Maybe all about survival. 64 overs after this one remain in the day. Weather has improved somewhat significantly as well, which may or may not be a good thing for Kent, as Patterson comes in and bowls, and pushing forward there out of his crease is leaning, misses it, and it goes through to Moore. So that's the end of that unfinished over from Dane Patterson. He's got figures of 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 2. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Alongside me, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, and I've seen 1 or 2 tweets to suggest there might have been some breaking news from the Kent camp during the luncheon interval.
Yes, there has been some breaking news, and I think the news might have broken the Kent fan base, along with that little bit of cricket prior to the lunch interval. Kent wicketkeeper batter Jordan Cox has turned down the offer of a new contract to Canterbury, and he's instead going to join Essex next season. That has gone down very badly amongst the Kent supporters. Admittedly, I think many of them knew it was happening, as this one's driven away by Harry Finch through the covers for a couple of runs. It had already been reported in a couple of national newspapers, and then Essex had been teasing the possibility of some big news, so I think a fair few people were expecting that to be announced. The details of it: 3-year contract for him at Chelmsford, as Kent 20 for 3, with Finch getting off the mark, and more runs for him. This one angled past Gully for 3, in fact. They come back for the 3rd. Good running. And yeah, Kent did offer him a new contract, turned it down, and he will, though, as per a few quotes on the Kent website from Jordan Cox. I'll read those out. He will continue to give his all for Kent during the rest of his time, so there is no indication that there will be an early loan move. So he will still be available for Kent for the final 3 County Championship matches of the season, assuming he is selected and required to play or bat or keep wicket or whatever. Jack Leaning be among those making that decision. 23 for 3 as Leaning defends into the offside. Other things pretty standard for a departing statement, thanking everyone for their contributions during his time at the club. Says feels the time to move on. Club will hold a special place in his heart, always look back on his time fondly, and of course good memories include that brilliant T20 Blast win where he was man of the match in the final, for his late runs at the end of the innings as this one's let go outside the off stump, and of course that amazing piece of fielding on the boundary where he sprung to palm the ball up for teammate Matt Milnes.
Didn't he get a double 100 and then get himself in trouble signing an autograph during COVID times?
Yes, he put on a massive partnership with Jack Leaning, who's currently at the crease and waiting this next delivery from Brett Hutton. Defended away into the onside. I believe the pair of them put on 420. A record stand for any wicket for Kent, and both got double hundreds. But yeah, then yes, he didn't play the game after, as he broken COVID protocols by signing an autograph for somebody afterwards, as this one's edged through the slip cordon by Leaning down towards third man to the boundary. It didn't quite carry to third. It would have required fourth slip, I think, to dive full length across in front of his teammate to potentially grab it. So Leaning 12, 6 for Finch. Kent 27 for 3.
Going for it. 10 runs from 8 balls since the restart. Yes, I don't think that ever was a catch, but I think if you've got 4 slips there, as a bowler you'll be a little annoyed if you find the outside edge and see the ball run away through the slip cordon for 4. You'd imagine one of them would have been able to stop the ball. Here comes Dane Patterson, 2 of the wickets to fall. Comes into Harry Finch. That's a really good delivery. Beats Finch on the outside, goes through to the keeper. That could be good news for Harry Finch. Might have a lengthier stay as wicket-keeper, or would he still be? Of course, there's Sam Billings there, isn't there? It's still a little bit down in the pecking order, I guess, if everybody's available as first choice keeper.
I don't know quite what the pecking order will be, to be honest, come the back end of the season.
Patterson again. A really good ball, the last one, and this time sees Finch drive into the offside, and Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, went down to his left, and I'm sure he'll feel he probably should have stopped that. Got a fingertip to it, but it's burst through his hand and has gone for 4, and Kent have added 14 in next to no time. Richard Dawson says, just listening to Ben there, seems to be more players arriving, beg your pardon, more players moving at the end of the season than in any other year I can remember. Been a bit of it, hasn't it? And they seem to get announced earlier and earlier and earlier as well. There's Patterson in to bowl now, and well, either side of that 4, a couple of really good deliveries here from Patterson to Finch, who played very nicely for his 73 in the first innings, and in all probability he's going to have to bat for 3 or 4 hours like he did in the first innings if Kent are going to get out of this, and maybe Jack Leaning and the likes of Alex Blake and Joey Everson are going to have to support him as well. Patterson bowls, and Finch playing and missing. That was a case of the old Jubilee and Waterloo, wasn't it? Playing down one line and the ball was going down the other. It's 31 for 3. It's my noisy phone, I'm afraid, in the background. We just have to be a little bit conscious of when we drop off air and need to get back on air quickly, so afraid we have to leave the Noisy alarms on. 31 for 3. But we are still on air, I think, as Patterson bowls to Finch. He'll get maybe a couple of runs here, forcing the square of the wicket on the offside. In their own time, Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James lolloping after it. Shared a fast and furious 6th wicket partnership for Notts earlier in the day, which ended when Mullaney lost his middle stump to Arafat Poyan for 23. Quite a spectacular dismissal in the context, but by then the damage had been done. 33 for 3 Kent. Finch has 12, Leaning has 12. Just maybe that little bit of blue sky, bit of sun. Maybe the ball not doing as much, although having said that, Patterson's gone past the outside edge 3 times in this over. Comes in again to Finch and he plays this up to mid-on. End of the over, 33 for 3. And just quickly on the dismissal of Ben Geddes, I think I said at the time, Geddes fended it off his body straight into the waiting hands of Slater. I've seen a side-on replay since then during the luncheon interval, and every credit in the world to Ben Slater, because he did have to react and move sharply to his right, or move his hands sharply to his right. It was going quickly. It was a good catch. It was a better catch than I certainly gave it credit for. It appeared from here, it seems as if it went straight in, and it's almost one of those he couldn't get out of the way of. But no, that was wrong. It was a good catch, good instinctive, reflective take from Ben Slater, and I know he practices those for hours and hours and hours.
And then to Jack Leaning, 12 each, 33 for 3 Kent. Clipped away leg side for a single by the skipper, down towards long leg. I'll just read you the comments from Kent Director of Cricket Paul Downton, who is himself of course retiring at the end of the season. He says, "We're disappointed that Jordan Cox has decided to move on from Kent next year. He has made a name for himself as a Kent cricketer and has been extremely well supported by the club. That said, we would like to thank Jordan for his contributions to Kent cricket and wish him well with his game in the future." As Hutton is in and bowling. This is driven back by Finch, and it's that middle line. He's made a name for himself as a Kent cricketer and has been extremely well supported by the club. It's that middle line that just oozes.
Are you reading things into that?
I am. That line says how disappointed Kent are that he's opted to leave the club, I think, and how sad they are that one of their owners is moving on. Yes, Hutton in and bowling, defended away by Finch, and as per the correspondent who was getting in touch saying it feels like there's more movement than ever. I think there probably is. It feels like it's no longer a thing to necessarily play for your boyhood club for your whole career.
Yeah.
It's just not the done thing anymore, which is sad in a way. Certainly when you're a county like Kent it is. As Hutton is in and bowling. Defended away by Finch. They think about a single up towards mid-on, which wouldn't have been wise. And yeah, to me that line says we felt we were owed a bit of loyalty that hasn't come our way. Do you not think it says that? I think it obviously...
Kent offered him a new contract.
Yeah, they did.
So,
and obviously,
yes, it does mean that, then we're disappointed. We wanted him to stay.
I think it obviously the context, the added context as well, as Hutton bowls and it's left alone outside the off stump, is that Ollie Robinson left the club last year, and he's recently done an interview with a cricket magazine saying he didn't see that happening. He didn't think that was going to happen. It wasn't part of his grand plan to leave Kent.
Robinson's.
Yeah, but he felt he had to in order to have a settled space in the side and to keep wicket. And obviously there was that competition at Kent with Billings. We knew he was going to not go to the IPL this year, and Cox had ambitions with the gloves as well, and 3 into 1 didn't go. Big shout for LBW. Harry Finch looks surprised and will walk off very disappointed man. He's given out for 12. I don't know whether there was some inside edge there, hence the disappointment. But it was a clear body language from him. that he wasn't pleased with the decision and was certainly surprised at the decision. Kent to 34 for 4, Finch on his way for 12, Hutton with another wicket. Just waiting to see a replay on the live stream, but whichever way you look at it, not so roaring to victory here. And it's probably borderline in terms of striking him in front of off stump. Unless he's got an inside edge on it and hit it himself, then I don't quite see the reaction. I don't think it's a shocker by the umpire by any means, and of course it's a big milestone for Brett Hutton.
Yep. It's his 50th first-class wicket of the season.
So congratulations to him, and he continues to be a massive threat to batters up and down the country. He's batting well outside of his crease as well, Finch. Just seeing that side-on angle on the live stream. But Hutton is doing everything right. He's pitching the ball up, he's threatening the front pad and the stumps and bringing the slips into play. Doing everything his captain is asking of him. Dane Patterson, who went wicketless for so long in the first innings, is bowling so much better as well. Alex Blake, the new man to the crease.
Without Luke Fletcher, Dane Patterson doesn't normally open the bowling, likes to come on as first change. Inside 11 overs, they've got Kent 34 for 4, what as he's done for most of the season, has got wickets in his first spell. Patterson with this new role of sharing the new ball, he's got 2 as well, and Nottinghamshire, can't even believe in Stephen Mullaney's wildest dreams, would have hoped to have got through the top 4 as quickly as they have done, or 4 of the top 5 anyway. Leaning still there, he came in at 4. Is Patterson to bowl to Jack Leaning, who just about keeps this one out. It kept a whisker low, and already there, look at him, hands on head still. Keeper slips, bowler goes close to the wicket. There are 4 slips in there, by the way. We've got Joe Clark and Calvin Harrison, and then Will Young and Lyndon James in earnest conversation. Ben Slater under the lid at short leg. Stephen Mullaney in at sort of a leg gully catching. In front of the wicket, saving 1 on the offside of Mead, on the onside Hutton, and subfielder Martindale down at long leg as this one's just pushed up to Brett Hutton at mid-on. So what a great moment for Brett Hutton. 50 wickets in a season, first time in his career. He has been absolutely terrific. A couple of matches ago at the Oval, he got Rory Burns, LBW, in the first over for a pair in each innings. He got him second ball of the match and fourth ball of the second innings. He's continued to do that, well, either side of that, with great regularity. This is going to bring Martindale into play as it's squirted down to long leg for a single. 35 for 4. Leaning on to 14, brings Alex Blake onto strike, so the left-hander is going to face his first ball. They'll all swap over. Patterson dismissed, of course, the other left-hander, Ben Compton, earlier. And the other thing we need to remember, young Benjamin, is that if and when Calvin Harrison comes on to bowl, he will be on a hat-trick.
That is true.
We must remember that, because he finished the Kent first innings wicket. Does count in a first-class match, ending the first innings into the second innings. There's Patterson then to bowl to Alex Blake. His first ball is going past him at shoulder height. Good bounce from Patterson through to Tom Moores. 35 for 4 Kent, and already talked and seen at first hand that there is a bit of a tail. The last few wickets in the first innings went very, very quickly, followed each other back. Patterson. Warm, sunny conditions at the moment. Blake lets this go through to the keeper. Took a good catch this morning, Alex Blake, to get rid of Tom Moores. The Notts were just trying to make hay and get as many runs as quickly as they could. Really good bit of work from Blake out there on the long off boundary. Comes Patterson, plus umpire Malin. Oh my word, that was a leave by Alex Blake, and it was the one that came back. He'd set him up nicely with a couple that had just gone away. That one nipped back and only just went over the stumps. End of Patterson's over. He's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. Kent 35 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Kent. Mark the Mod, who was latterly of this parish, now down in Sevenoaks in Kent. Afternoon, gents. Split screen this afternoon coming up between Notts and the Ashes. Dave, the Forest fan, was going to say, make sure they don't set another generous declaration that could let Kent back into this game. No chance now. Come on, Notts, says Dave, the Forest fan. Hutton bowls this one off the outside edge by Leaning. There'll be at least a couple of runs as it makes its way down to third man. Calvin Harrison quickest to it. Going to come back for 3. So they'll all swap over again for Blake. 38 for 4, leaning on to 17. Chris Simpson, a converted fan, Dave. Bruiser, my Clipston. Bruiser, a Clipston Terrier. Yeah, Bruiser sat watching the cricket there from Clipston. I watched a footy match there last season. The old pitheads are still there, aren't they, Chris? At Clippo. My mum was brought up in Climo, in Clippo, was it 6th Avenue? 38 for 4. Alex Blake on strike. Hutton bowls to him, and a lovely drive from Blake. That is very, very nice indeed, Alex Blake. 4 down the ground. There was nobody at mid-off, so there was the gap there, but that was beautifully executed. Lovely, lovely shot, and Blake is away with 4. 42 for 4 Kent. Rob Collins, judging by the comments whilst walking back to the pavilion, I think it's fair to say that Mr. Finch thinks that he hit that. Always nice when you're down there and you get some reaction as Hutton bowls, and more runs, 4 more this time. Thickish outside edge past the 4 slips and through to the keeper. I can remember as a lad, youngsters membership, sat down in the seats in front of the pavilion, maybe get the odd autograph or 2 here and there. I can remember sitting down there a game all those years ago where Notts played the Touring Indians, and Sunil Gavaskar got out for naught, walked back and slammed his bat on the steps as he walked back inside the pavilion, and good piece of wood, good inch of wood came off the bottom. I think we can safely say, Lisa, that Kent aren't going to win this game. They're 46 for 4. They were set to score 407, but more realistically, Notts in the box seat after scoring 196 runs quickly this morning. They're desperate to win this match, of course, just move away from the sides towards the bottom of the table, which include Kent. They've picked up 4 wickets, including 2 for Dane Patterson and 2 for Brett Hutton. Kent are 46 for 4. Here is Hutton in bowl to Blake, drives into the offside. Mark the Mod says 50 wickets is the new 100. I think it probably is, Mark, because they only play a maximum of 14 championship games, indeed 14 first-class games now. You can't pick up 4 or 5 in a first-class university game anymore, and it's very, very rare that the county sides will get a first-class match against the touring sides. Can't remember the last time Notts played a first-class match against the tourists. Aussies, 97 maybe. 46 for 4. Next delivery is driven away again by Blake. Well, he's having the time of his life. 3 4s in this over. Brett Hutton just seeing the other side of the coin. 50 up, 50 for 4. There's a prolonged period of applause there, maybe from a Kent supporter. But nicely played by Blake. He's on 12 from just 8 deliveries. Jack Leaning's on 17, 50 for 4. Notts might just have to turn to a change bowler at the minute. Nobody's bowling because Dane Patterson had to go and fetch that ball from the William Clark stand, and now he's making his way back to take his position at the top of his mark, the pavilion end. Three wickets before lunch for Notts. They'll have been, I'm sure, just well aware that it might be tougher this afternoon, and they perhaps could have just been restricted to 1 or 2 between lunch and tea. Of course, they would still have then had the entirety of the evening session to go on and get the remaining wickets. The fact they've got Finch early will be a huge boost to them. I want Leaning and Blake separated now as Leaning defends at the start of this new over. Patterson into his 7th over, 2 for 9. Hutton gone for a few runs here, but you understand why, because he's got attacking fields, really pushing the ball up there, inviting a little bit of swing, try to catch the edge or come back and clip the pad. So he's gone for runs, Hutton. 7 overs, 2 for 41. Patterson's given nothing away at the other end, 2 for 9. Next delivery on its way now, and Leaning, well, he was almost toppling over there trying to work it to leg, and has got 2 runs to backward point. In fact, they're going to run hard again for 3. Alex Blake has certainly gone out there with purpose. He scored runs quickly and he's running between the wickets very quickly. 53 for 4. So a couple of milestones then already for the Notts bowlers. Brett Hutton getting his 49th and 50th wickets of the season. First time he's reached 50 wickets in a season in first class cricket. And Dane Patterson, just more than 50 in 2021, just over 50 in 2022, and is nearing that mark again, and he's brought up his 150th wicket for Nottinghamshire. He's in and bowls, and Blake, a little push and run, drops it to Asiba Mead, who comes in and shies at the stumps. Think Leaning would have been home, but real positivity from this pair. They're scampering through for everything. 3 boundaries in that last over from Blake, and just suddenly the boot is on the other foot as Kent is showing a little bit of resilience, and just they're not leaning on the ropes, taking all the blows here. They're swinging back. 54 for 4.
Thought we might have an email or two. Kevin Pickworth getting in touch.
There's Patterson.
I'll get to that in a moment.
I wonder what Kevin's wanting to get off his mind. Bouncer pulled away, but out as far as Stephen Mullaney, who I was as surprised as anybody to see that hugely attacking field, and the one that wasn't in there was out on the deep square leg boundary, and it was the Notts skipper, Stephen Mullaney. Keeps them to 1, 55 for 4. What on earth are you doing out there, Skip?
In other news, those boundaries for Alex Blake in their last over, a couple of them were very nicely played.
Yes, yep, it's a lovely shot down the ground for 4. There is Patterson into Blake, and he's got 4 more here. Just worked it away through the leg side, and he's on a mission here. 4 boundaries in his 17 now, 59 for 4. Dane Patterson hands on head.
I told you earlier he's going to get 150, and Ken's going to chase this down.
It'll be fun to watch.
It really would. For the time being, fending off each delivery, whether it goes for 4 or not, is just as important, I guess.
.59 for 4. Patterson to Blake. Leaves it alone through to Tom Moores. And it's the end of the over. 59 for 4. Do you want to read what your correspondent has said? Meanwhile, I've just got an ECB media release that I'll wade through.
No worries. Kevin says, Ben, how disappointing. Is there problems in the Kent dressing room to lose Cox and Robinson? No Billings at the moment. I fear we are heading to Division 2. The county is in a big mess. Those are words of Kevin via kentcricket@gmail.com. Kent fans, get in touch via email, via Twitter. As Hutton is about to bowl another over here, Jack leaning on strike. Short ball which he ducks underneath. Good news from the test match though, in that England have taken 4 Australian wickets. Travis Head caught by Bairstow off the bowling abroad. Marnus Labuschagne was earlier dismissed by Mark Wood. Khawaja LBW to Broad as well, 47 he made.
What's the score?
131 for 4. Steve Smith there on 19 and Mitch Marsh has joined him. Hutton. Oh, leaning, go for a pull shot. Is that an under edge? It is. And a short delivery, delivery banged into the surface by Hutton, which Leaning was trying to hit for 4. He's managed to under edge to the wicketkeeper. And the Kent captain, who must feel like the weight of the world is on his shoulders, is going to trudge off. Kent are 5 down, Nottinghamshire. It looks like a matter of when and not if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, is it frustration, or didn't he feel he hit it? But again, he stood it. Oh, he has. He's nicked that one. He's nicked that one through to Moores. Yeah, Brett Hutton gets his 3rd wicket. We did have a correspondent while we were out the room saying, clearly in the ground, saying from his comments as he walked up the steps to go into the pavilion, Harry Finch clearly felt he didn't hit his. Oh, here we go. Don't want to misquote. Rob Collins. Judging by his comments whilst walking back to the pavilion, I think it's fair to say Mr. Finch thinks he hit that.
Okay,
so,
there you go. That was my suggestion, that the only way he could be that surprised at the decision would be because he hit it. Meanwhile, we saw the slow-mo replay there, and it looked immediately to me like Jack Leaning knew he'd got an under edge on that and couldn't quite believe that was the case. Yeah. But that immediately, we saw it a lot actually with Leaning in the field, didn't we? You know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't hide his body language, and it looked like he was immediately bemoaning himself and disappointed.
Joey Everson's on his way out to the middle. I will come back to that ECB media release in just a moment. I'll just let the world know about the fall of that wicket, and we'll come back to it in just a second. So Everson's the new man. 5 wickets have gone down, 3 to Hutton, 2 to Dane Patterson. Everson taking guard.
Crikey, I think I've just seen a tweet about what your media release is about.
We'll get there in a moment. Just while he's taking guard, it's about the Independent Cricket Disciplinary Commission. They've today published their sanctions in relation to Yorkshire County Cricket Club. I'm sure you're all well aware of everything that's been going on over what has been best part of 2 years, hasn't it? Brett Hutton's going to bowl to Joey Everson here. Ben?
4 slips and short leg all waiting as it's fended off by Everson towards that short leg fielder.
It's in the public domain, so you'll all be able to read it and pick out which bits you want, but essentially the salient points of all those sanctions against Yorkshire County Cricket Club, who have admitted 4 amended charges in breach of the ECB directives, etc., etc. The outcome is that Yorkshire County Cricket Club have been deducted immediately 48 points in the county championship this year.
Beauty from Hutton beats the outside edge of Joey Everson with an away swinger.
And also a 4-point deduction in the 2023 T20 Blast, which is over, which is done and dusted, and all the rest of it.
That's odd.
I don't necessarily see.
What does that matter?
Exactly, but there you are. It's out. It's in the public domain. You can have a read of it yourself. Go to wherever you want, the ECB website. I'm sure Yorkshire County Cricket Club are also commenting on it. But Yorkshire essentially going to be docked 48 points immediately in the Division 2 table.
Outside edge from Everson, full delivery, which is threatening the front pad, and it dribbles away through the legs of 4th slip actually for a single, so he gets off the mark.
You know it's important when I've been sent it twice by the ECB.
So 5 wickets to win for the home side.
Yeah.
It's all on this partnership for Kent. Quinn next in at 8, Jazz Singh at 9, Arshdeep 10, Arafat 11. Those 4 are unlikely to last a length of time. Blake defends this next one from Hutton into the onside. Blake and Everson, I don't know, may as well almost go down playing a few shots here. It'll be interesting to see their approach, but doesn't feel like there's an awful lot to lose now. What are the likelihood of the 2 of them, plus the tail, batting out 57 overs? I mean, you've got to try, but how do you go about doing that? Do you either try and block everything, or do you try and bat normally and score and put pressure back on the opposition? They're not going to get their victory target, that's for sure. 407.
Yeah, you know, they always talk about, well, forget the scoreboard, forget the match situation, forget everything on occasions like this. Just go out and, you know, you're batting on a test match ground, the weather's okay, get yourself in and enjoy yourself. But of course, you can't help, as Everson defends, you can't help being well aware of the importance of it, and the fact that one mistake here can not only cost you your wicket, but can potentially be the wicket that accelerates your side's defeat. But there is a really good opportunity here for Everson and Blake just to hang around this afternoon and get what they can, frustrate Notts, attacking field, so there's plenty of gaps, as we've seen from Alex Blake already. Put back to ball, you're going to get boundaries. Opportunity to score quickly. It's Patterson in, pulled away there like that, gets a short one. Pulls it through mid-wicket for 4, does Everson, so his first boundary on to 5. 64 for 5.
Nicely played, Joey Everson. Batted well in the first innings. He was unlucky not to get a half-century on his former stomping ground.
Yes, out for 49. Played very nicely, didn't he? I thought he bowled well this morning as well, despite the absolute mayhem that was going on for much of the morning. He started very brightly indeed, didn't he? Got a wicket in his first over. Ben Slater, that would have been hugely frustrating for the Notts man, but Everson will have enjoyed it. Mulaney's out there again on the fence, on the leg side. This one past Joey Everson's nose on its way through to Tom Moore's.
I'll be interested to hear from Notts fans, because I've got a bit of reaction coming in regarding Jordan Cox, and I'm aware that there's similarities, if not, you know, completely similar to obviously Joey Everson leaving Notts for Kent. So at the risk of sounding like a disgruntled follower of Kent about Jordan Cox's exit, it'd be good to hear from Notts fans kind of what they make of it, and obviously with Everson having made a switch between these teams.
Next delivery, edged, caught, good catch Will Young, really good catch Will Young at third slip, and Joey Everson's got to go, I think, although the umpires are going to confer. That looked clean to me. Notts are celebrating. Joey stood there, it went sharply to third slip, and Will Young scooped it up, and he's got to be sent. The two umpires have had a chat and see no reason to say it was grounded or not taken cleanly, and Joey Everson's got to go. Hutton has 3, and now Patterson has 3, and it's 64 for 6.
I'd like to see a replay of that. It's either a very good catch, or it, I mean, my instinct was that it hadn't carried, so hence why I'd like to see the replay. 64 for 6, Everson goes. Here it comes then, if you're watching the live stream.
Can't necessarily see from there. The board says Harrison, but it was clearly Will Young.
Having seen that again, it looked good.
Yeah.
Should be getting a good view now. It's a low chance to Will Young.
Yeah, he wasn't even looking at anybody else. He scooped it up and began celebrating. Alan Adele, great to listen to you from sunny Surrey. Looking forward to the return game in Canterbury when we'll be doing their lunchtime tour. A bit of a busman's holiday for Alan, who does the guided tours here. Matt Quinn coming in at number 8. The afternoon has already brought 3 wickets, as the morning did, and we've not yet played 40 minutes. Notts closing in on what will only be their 3rd victory of the season. Make of this what you will. I'm sure some will see the slightly humorous side in it, although there is no humour in it. The last time Notts won a game was at Northants, first week of May, and the similarities with that game and this game is that Luke Fletcher left the game early on the 2nd day injured. Yeah, like I say, there's no real humour in it, but there are a coincidence. But wherever he is, if he's listening, we wish Luke well. Hope it's nothing more than just a little bit of an aggravation, and they got him off as a precaution, and we see him again soon. 64 for 6. Matt Quinn's out there. Yeah, the board's still saying Joey Everson was caught by Harrison as Patterson comes in and bowls, and Matt Quinn pushes it out onto the offside. It does say, doesn't it? Everson caught Harrison, bowled Patterson.
I will
bet a silver shilling that it was Will Young. 64 for 6.
Harrison's got a big white floppy hat on. Is the clue?
Yeah, that's one of the differences. 64 for 6. But 11 wickets go down today. Patterson in, and nice shot down the ground. Now then, how many do you want to run here? Matt Quinn and Alex Blake. They've ambled through for 2. Will it go for 4? No, it's going to stop, or is
Blake's going to come back for 4 here, I think. They're going to run it.
Yep, they're going to run an all-run 4. There we are. He's got off the mark with an all-run 4. Extraordinary.
The fielder chased it all the way down to the boundary, flicked it inside the rope, and then in the end he probably would have just been better off kicking it over the rope. Matt Quinn waited and waited to see if it had gone for 4. Blake was already coming back for the 4th run because he wants to be on strike for the start of the next over, so they're going to just regain a bit of puff, and I'm going to read out some of your reactions coming in. Richard saying, I wonder how responsible players' agents are for the movement of players these days. We've got a few emails coming in, as well as a tweet by Dan. This one is short and pulled away. Nick saying utterly horrendous season on Twitter, as that one is a single for Blake. Hawkins has emailed in saying yes, if he's gone as first choice keeper in all formats on Cox, would seem to defeat the object. We'll have to see. Half expected Butterman to come the other way. He and Cox are mates, but may now have blocked his path. Philip says, are Kent in the process of becoming the West Ham of cricket, i.e. supplying bigger clubs with players?
Oh, we've heard all this recently.
Yeah.
That's what Worcestershire think.
That's what Worcestershire think about Nottinghamshire. 69 for 6. Quinn has a big swing at this one, a big yahoo. Try and pump Brett Hutton down the ground. He misses it. Stephen says Cox should not be picked for the rest of the season. If he is, he'll be hearing about this decision from a significant number of us, and I do slightly fear that.
Well, that's what Worcestershire have also been saying. How can they pick Haynes and Tong and Pennington?
How will Kent fans react in person if Cox is representing them later on in the season? If he really had to leave, which he didn't, then he could have gone somewhere else. Okay, so Stephen, annoyed by the nature of it being a move from Kent to Essex. That's Hutton bowls, and it's let go by Matt Quinn. Yeah, he's not happy. He says, do not pick him for the rest of the season. Make him play for the seconds, says Stephen.
Well, what happens then is...
John's fearing further repercussions, saying when Kent are relegated Division 2, what will the squad look like? Will Crawley leave for a Division 1 club? So that's a good point, John, that relegation to Division 2 these days does inevitably mean your bigger and better players want to go and play for Division 1 counties, as Quinn defends this one into the gully area. Of course, Kent are still battling to stay in this division, but defeat here with Middlesex winning. Middlesex have a game in hand over Kent. Certainly doesn't look particularly good for Kent's hopes of staying up.
No, and if there is a souring of relationships between Jordan Cox and the club, or Jordan Cox and the members, all that'll end up doing is, well, we've agreed to let Jordan go on loan to Essex early. That sort of thing tends to happen, doesn't it? Ooh.
Hutton bowls. Oh, Quinn again has gone for a big Yahoo into the leg side.
Is he going to beat the count here?
Has been hit where it hurts.
6, 7, 8. Not quite a Tyson Fury, but yeah, he's been struck amidships. The brain-damaged Baron, well, that's what he calls himself, says, can we both give him a wave in the Hound Road upper tier? Hello, brain-damaged Baron. Ooh, don't know where you are, can't see anybody waving back, but there we are, somewhere up.
Sorry, was I meant to wave as well?
Well, please yourself. I know you've got the hump this afternoon. I know you've got the hump.
I'm waving slowly as Quinn drives up towards Mullaney, as some may well be waving goodbye to the Kent coach in not too distant future. Do
you mean the bus, or do you mean the head coach?
Oh, not what I meant the bus, not the head coach.
We call him a bus here, not a coach.
Crikey, you'll get me in trouble.
Well, you know, came out of your mouth.
It's a coach rather than a bus, though.
Can we get rid of the coach, says
buses are red things
BBC
in
Radio
London.
Kent correspondent.
It's a
London buses.
It's an executive travel coach.
It's a London bus. Just before the fall of that wicket, you were sort of trying to make comparisons with Joey Everson leaving Notts.
Yeah.
All I would throw in there is that Jordan Cox is a first choice selection, isn't he, for Kent? Joey was, I think that was part of the problem.
Yes. I think that's the key difference, isn't it?
There is Patterson to bowl to Blake, who will get another single into the offside. On the same theme, Andy on the old Twitter or X or whatever it's called, I was extremely disappointed that Joey opted to leave Notts. He said, I thought he was on the cusp of a regular spot. I have to say, certain cricketing agents have done very well for themselves with Notts transactions over recent times. At least the Kent coach can get on the road earlier. Is that the Kent coach or the Kent boss, Andy? We need to know these things. LP says, I'm listening to you by the pool in sunny Crete. It's not where they've had the fires, is it, LP? Not sure Notts fans can say anything about players' transitions as Quinn punches this for 4, square of the wicket on the offside, considering the movement from Worcester to us this season. Yes.
That's the thing, isn't it? As Notts
everybody
fans,
does it.
As
Everybody's
Notts fans, you're kind of on the other end of it, really. You know, you're the ones taking players from other counties to strengthen your group.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, you're looking to strengthen your side. Then I'd like to think then you're looking at players that are becoming out of contract and via an agent because this is what happens, the agents circulate to the other counties that player XYZ is out of contract at the end of the season, he's looking for a move. Patterson bowls, Quinn again through the offside for 4. Not giving up yet, Matt Quinn. He's on to 12. Blake has 19. 78 for 6.
So this has been a bugbear of mine for the last few seasons. Why does this all happen mid-season?
Yeah.
Why does it happen mid-season? Why is the transfer window when players should be focusing on playing? Instead, we get these kind of scenarios where supporters are miffed. Then you get players who might not play for the rest of the season, or move early because they've already made up their mind, and it's all just a bit silly. We should have a transfer window before or after the season or something.
78 for 6. Patterson into Quinn. He's been spanked for a couple of 4s. This one high up in the air, and Ben Martindale is underneath it, the sub-fielder, and takes a beauty. Very good catch from the young sub. Matt Quinn was having fun out there for a while, but it's been brought to an abrupt end as he takes on the short ball from Patterson, top edges it down to long leg, and Ben Martindale judged that beautifully to take a really good catch, and Kent are 78 for 7 now. And Matt Quinn has gone for a 3-boundary 12. We've only had 17.4 overs. Very, very well judged by young Martindale. Matt Quinn at the crease for just 10 minutes. Faced 10 balls, hit 3 fours. And I'm afraid we're down to the lower reaches now. 9-10 Jack of the Kent scorecard. It's going to be Jazz Singh coming in. There'll be Arafat Boyan and Arshdeep Singh to follow. Patterson's got 4. So Alex Blake on 19. How's he going to play this? As and when he gets back on strike. Will he have a little bit of fun and try and slap it to here, there and everywhere? Will he try and keep himself on strike? Will not put everybody on the fence for Blake and attack Jazz Singh. Kent 78 for 7 and seemingly diving headlong towards a defeat here in Nottingham as Dane Patterson comes in and bowls a bouncer, which goes through to Moores. Doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. There's Patterson, bowls. Notts require 3 more wickets to win this game. They've not won a county championship game since the first week of May, but they're very, very close here now. 78 for 7 Kent. Nottinghamshire had a really good day here. They absolutely rattled along this morning. It was fun and frolics as they scored 196 runs in just under 80 minutes at the start of the day before declaring. That sent Kent an improbable victory target of over 400. Straight away the visitors were in trouble. 17 for 3 at lunch. They're currently 78 for 7. 4 wickets to Patterson, 3 to Hutton. Notts require 3 more wickets for the win. So it's clubbed away on the leg side and Mullaney takes the catch and there's Blake gone and Hutton's now got 4 and it's 78 for 8. And Alex Blake heads back to the pavilion for 19 and that's why Stephen Mullaney had positioned himself on the fence. He was waiting to get a catch and he judged that one beautifully. Just a little bit more oomph on it from Blake, it would have gone for 6, but Mullaney just stood his ground, took the catch, and this is turning into every bit an astonishing afternoon. Kent 78 for 8, and you wonder how much longer this game has got to go. 78 for 8. Tell you what, I'd like to see both these bowlers from the Notts perspective. I do feel the pain, believe you me, of the Nottinghamshire supporters. I do feel the pain for the Kent supporters rather. But from the Notts perspective, both Hutton and Patterson now 1 wicket away from 5 wicket hauls. But also can't help but think that Calvin Harrison's on a hat trick. Might be nice to see him just come on and have a go. 78 for 8. New man making his way out to the middle. Here's Arshdeep Singh. So Hutton's going to bowl to Arshdeep Singh. 5 balls left in this over. Not yet had 20 overs. We're only in the 19th over of the innings. Kent 8 down. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent. I think we're just about getting ready. Trying to catch up. I do apologise. Just trying to catch up with the old tweeting the wickets. They're going down quicker than I can tweet, but that's not hard really. There we go. 78 for 8. Brett Hutton to come in to bowl to Arshdeep Singh. The left-hander. Oh, he gets a nasty ball. A really nasty short delivery, which sort of followed him. Arshdeep Singh was backing away from that one, trying to get out of the line of it, and it just started to sort of follow him to come back in towards his chin, so he had to bob and weave and duck out of the way, make sure he wasn't struck. Still an hour to go until tea, so I don't think the interval is going to give Kent supporters any realistic hope. Bouncer, and he's gone to pull at that one, Arshdeep Singh. I think Kent was 6 down when Ben was last talking to me. He's only been gone about 30 seconds. Welcome back. It's gone from bad to worse to pretty much cataclysmic.
I mean, I don't blame Alex Blake particularly, because he's been left with the tail and the last batter standing, but when you're trying to bat out for a draw, that's a pretty ugly way to get out, isn't it? Caught on the boundary, going for a 6.
Hutton down the leg side and pulled out on... Oh, I found it. He's been pulled out to mid-wicket. Everybody was looking sort of down towards the long leg. Couldn't see the ball. Couldn't see a fielder moving towards what I thought would be the area. But anyhow, Jazz Singh is off the mark. I beg your pardon, Arshdeep Singh is off the mark. Jazz Singh back on to strike. 79 for 8. 2 balls left in the 19th over. The manner in which they've lost these wickets, Ben, is I guess particularly disappointing for the fans who've certainly made the journey, and those that have enjoyed the journey through the 4 days via the
and that's
BBC commentary and the live stream.
That's exactly the point. When you're effectively trying to bat the day for a draw, because you're not going to get 400, to see batters getting out, playing a pull shot, a hook shot and a slog to the leg side is particularly disappointing, isn't it, for a fan base?
Hutton to conclude this over. Oh, straight through Jazz Singh. Moores takes it. There were 1 or 2 appealing there. They'd heard a little deflection of something, but certainly not the bat. End of the over. Now then, Brett Hutton 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 44. Dane Patterson 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 35. They can't keep going, can they, and do the job themselves. Does seem as if Patterson wants another one.
Few emails. John says all transfers between counties should be made in the close season like the old days. I never know whose players are belonging to who these days. We're surely weak for all of this. Players can't concentrate on their form for their club, and then there's the speculation to where they might move. I fully agree with that. John also says form, the entire side should resign to put us out of our misery. That's probably a little bit too far, John. Mike says, oh dear, I feel silly predicting we would be out for 120 before we started this innings. This was so predictable. Have a good weekend, guys. Thank you to Mike for getting in touch. Kevin said, oh dear, a few other things. As Patterson is in, and it's slogged by Arshdeep for 6. To the short boundary. Michael was a Notts fan, and he said, as I said, don't fear when the hitman is here. There'll be no pain when you have the Great Dane. Lovely, Michael. I like that. I like that.
Michael, aka the Bard. Carl van Vollenhoven sends his best to everybody who was going to come and join us. He'd had a little bit of PE school to do today, coaching cricket at a local school. Was going to come in for the afternoon session. Says it's 8 down. Not worth it, Dave, is it?
Slogged away by Arshdeep again, and he's caught. 6 and out for Arshdeep. Came to 85 for 9, and Notts need 1 more for the victory.
And Patterson His figures of 5 for 41. It was a catch by Brett Hutton, his mate, and between them they've shared 9 wickets, and I just struggle to believe what we're seeing in terms of the rate it's going. We've had 14 wickets today and it's not 20 to 3 yet. Say that again, 14 wickets and it's not 20 to 3. We're not halfway through the day's allocation in terms of time or overs. 14 wickets. This is the 20th over of the innings, and Kent are 85 for 9.
And that's the end of Arshdeep's spell at Kent, and kind of fitting really in a way. 6 and out. That's the way he's batted the whole time he's been with the county. Certainly been fun to watch. The definition of here for a fun time rather than a long time with the bat, Arshdeep Singh. And out comes Arafat Bhuyan. The rest of Kevin's email actually says we had a situation with Mark Elam. Kent wouldn't offer him a contract to the end of his career. Obviously, what happened next was that he moved to Notts and then won the championship the next season. I see his son is sub-fielding in the test match today. He says, I too think that Cox shouldn't play again for Kent. It hurts, that move. I think a few Kent fans saying that about the direction of travel, the fact that it's a local rival. This one is through to Tom Moores. He also says that Yorkshire should lose the 48 points next season, not this one.
Yeah, I don't get the blast points myself. 4 from this season's competition that's already finished.
That's very bizarre, isn't it? Yes, Kevin, I will be interviewing someone from Kent today, and say it'll be, well, most likely the head coach. That's Patterson bowls. Bhuyan hit on the pad. He's trying to get off a pair, having been removed first ball in the first innings.
So Dane Patterson here, you've got 5 wickets, your mate's got 4 at the other end.
If he doesn't come on. Patterson bowls, defended away by Arafat Bhuyan, so fantastic spell from Patterson if that is indeed to be the end of it. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 41. Nottinghamshire need 1 more wicket for victory.
Not sure obviously when this game will finish, we might still be here who knows when, but huge thanks again to our production team, Stone Art Media, led by Kirsty and Aaron, for looking after us this week. They provide the pictures, the graphics that you see, the camera crew out there today, Jack and Jono manning the cameras, 1 or 2 static cameras out there as well. Huge thanks to them for all they provided. We have got Calvin Harrison on. It comes in on a hat-trick, turns it up there and it turns away from Jazz Singh and through into the keeper's gloves. There we are then. So we didn't we didn't get that hat-trick. I tell you what, I'll tell you why. Not suddenly -1 on the over rate, it says on the board. So this is pushed into the offside. So Harrison is rushing back. Well. Didn't see that coming. We've not taken notice of that. 85 for 9. This is short and played onto the onside to Asiba Mead. He's absolutely racing through this over. Calvin Harrison. I bet he won't even have remembered he was on that trick, but it didn't really matter. Defended by Jazz Singh, and already he's through 4 balls here. This is extraordinary stuff. 4 balls in about 20 seconds.
Cricket's a bit silly sometimes, isn't it?
It's a bit silly. Yeah, we've said that a few times. He bowls now and Jazz Singh defends. Still on 0. Arafat Bhuyan's on 0. Kent are 85 for 9. And
so Notts basically don't want to take this wicket just yet because they want to get back to level over rate.
Harrison bowls. It turns into the gloves of Moores. They'll race round. Who's going to bowl? Who's going to bowl? Who's going to bowl? It's not going to be Dane Patterson. Asiba Mead's taken his cap off. No. Yes.
Hey? What does he bowl? I've never seen Asiba Mead bowl before.
I'm just having a little look. I think there was a match against Middlesex last year when everybody bowled, so I know if he played. So Hamid has bowled off one pace here, and it's been pushed back to him.
Yeah, sorry, I'll carry on commentating. So Arafat faces up to him, goes for an almighty heave, hits him on the pad and drops away in the offside.
Between 2015 and 2023, he's bowled 114 balls in first-class cricket, no
Bowling
wickets.
some offies here. Clipped, caught at mid-wicket, and that's it. Nottinghamshire win the match. Kent bowled out for 85 in their second innings. It's been a good contest between these two teams for much of this match at Trent Bridge, but day 4 has been one-way traffic. Nottinghamshire have romped to victory, and by a significant margin, with Kent sinking without a trace in their second innings, wrapped up by Hasib Hamid.
His maiden first-class wicket. His maiden first-class wicket. Knots have won by the old dusty bin, the Ted Rogers, the 3-2-1, 321. Dismissed Kent in 21.3 overs. That is extraordinary stuff. 5 wickets for Dane Patterson, 4 for Brett Hutton, and 1 there at the end for Hasib Hamid. And Notts have got their 3rd wicket. Their 3rd win of the season. They had 6 bonus points. I say they had 16 for the win. Should be 22. In fact, the board has changed to 0. So that's just confirmed it. Kent 5 points, Nottinghamshire 22 points, and an extraordinary day's cricket has, I'm afraid, come to a rather premature end with still potentially 50 overs left unbowled. But I think the crowd that were here, or have been here, or are still here, very much had their entertainment, particularly the Nottinghamshire supporters who have seen Notts pull off a magnificent win, helped somewhat by Kent, as Stephen Mullaney leads the side off, shakes hands with Jack Leaning. See there on the live stream, those of you watching that. Nice to see the two players getting together, the Kent players, understandably perhaps a little shell-shocked, coming out and shaking hands with their Nottinghamshire counterparts and the two umpires. So 85 all out, astonishing stuff this morning, with Notts resuming on 176 for 1, a lead of 210. It was absolute mayhem and carnage after the first over, in which Ben Slater went without adding to his overnight 87. Will Young also made 87, Joe Clark 73, Tom Moore's 9, Stephen Mullaney 23, and Lyndon James 22 not out. The declaration came just before 20 past 12, 372 for 6. Before lunch, 2 wickets for Dane Patterson, 1 for Brett Hutton, and after lunch it's just been absolute carnage. The men out: Compton 8, Albert 0, Geddes 1, Leaning 21, Finch 12, Blake top scored with 19, Everson 5, Quinn 12, Arshdeep 6, and Arafat Boyan last out for naught. 85 all out. Notts have won by 321 in 21.3 overs. A full day's entertainment there. I'm sure a lot of you have taken the trouble to get in touch, and we've not been able to get round to it, but many thanks for that. Also, just a quick reminder that the first time you'll be able to see some reaction, some post-match reaction, will be on the live stream in just a moment. So that's just about me done and dusted, except to thank Ben very much for his company and his commentary, and look forward to seeing you in September, or indeed in the One Day Cup, because we come down to Kent. I'm sorry from your perspective and the Kent supporters and listeners, it's not been the week you would have hoped, but otherwise I hope Trent Bridge has looked after you. Yeah,
I think just to kind of expand on my point a moment ago, I think for 3 days it was a really good game of cricket, and in the end that 321 run margin of victory makes it look like an absolute thrashing, and I mean ultimately it is. But I think when you look at the fact that Kent have got so many injuries and it was a bit of a cobbled together team, they can feel like they did well for a big portion of this game and certainly put up a fight. And I think that's one of the most disappointing things today, that they've been so comprehensively outplayed and have failed to take a little bit of pride in the badge in getting rolled out for 85 on a pitch that, you know, clearly wasn't that bad, with the way that Nottinghamshire played earlier on today to He's put 372 for 6 declared on the board to last 21.5 overs in an attempt to bat out the day is ultimately pretty embarrassing when, you know, for much of the game it looked as if a draw would be on the cards for Kent. So yeah, we'll get some reaction to you as soon as we can on BBC Radio Kent from the Kent camp, which will no doubt be disappointed, and we're looking to get some reaction as well, of course, on the news of Jordan Cox moving to Essex next year. So yeah, unfortunately from a Kent point of view, it's a pretty sorry way to end what has otherwise been a decent effort, really, from as I say, a young team, a team of 2 loanees and Alex Blake brought in from the cold in terms of red ball cricket, and a team that you could basically name an 11, which a number of them have got international caps and whatnot, and it's a very different Kent team, I'm sure, as you mentioned earlier on in the game, who will probably contest that next county championship fixture in September at Canterbury. But we look forward to welcoming you, Dave, for that one, and of course for the One Day Cup.
Looking forward to it, mate. Safe travels. Very much enjoyed your company. Thanks on the first 2 days to Nasser Hanif, who was with us. Carl van Waldenhoven also here yesterday. But again, principally we do it because of our lovely listeners and the viewers as well to the live stream. Again, many thanks to everybody that's helped us over the course of the 4 days. We'll do it again soon. Remember, the One Day Cup starts next week. Kent's first game is on Tuesday up at Scarborough. Nottinghamshire's first game is at Chelmsford next Thursday. I'll speak to you then.
Dane, congratulations on the win, congratulations on the fifer. The team must be ecstatic after that.
Yeah, I think we can thank the batters for that, because the way they started just set that foundation. And yeah, I think we knew that we had just to get 6 wickets to crack into the tail enders. So yeah, I think the way we did it was quite professional, and I think that first session, we scored like close to 200 runs. So yeah, it was good. And 3 wickets before lunch, I think that was our ideal start today.
And yesterday, I think around lunchtime, you probably wouldn't have expected the game to head in the direction that it had done, especially in that kind of pace. How did you approach the game to change the dynamics of the match and really to bring it forward and push yourselves onto a win that perhaps wasn't necessarily expected halfway through yesterday?
I thought Kent batted well. I think we just kept on searching for wickets maybe, and that leaked the game a bit. I think we probably wanted like an 80 lead and that, but Hasib and Ben Slater again just started it off, and Youngie with a flourish there at the end of the day, which put us on top of the game. And I think as a team going into the next day, you're feeling confident. So yeah, I think all in all, it's a good team effort.
I think it's fair to say that win had been a while coming, and whilst we've seen glimpses of what the team can do, for example at Surrey not long ago, which ended in a draw, but today to see out the win, does that feel like the all-round performance that the team is capable of?
Yeah, I think we're a good team. When we pitch up, as we can see today. I just think the efforts from the boys today. I think it was an important game just to creep up and just get away from that bottom 3. I think that did us a good. So this was a hell of an important game for us, and this week we prepared well. So yeah, it's good to come up with a positive result.
You talk about the importance of this match in particular. Did that spur the team on in terms of motivation to get this game into a result?
Yeah, we always wanted a result against Kent, because obviously how the table was looking, but also like the boys were ready to put everything out there, because it's the break before the 50 over, I should say, the Metro Bank 50 over. So yeah, I think myself and Brett just said, let's just leave everything out there. It's just like we said, it's just 6 wickets and we're into the tail. So the effort that was put there today was very good, and there's a couple of sore bodies in that dressing room. So yeah, we can't take the effort away that we put in this 4 days.
And obviously hard not to mention Brett. He's crossed that 50 wicket mark in the county championship this season. He's having a phenomenal year. How does it feel to be bowling alongside him out there and putting in 2 great performances together? Yeah,
it's good to see him get 50 wickets. He's always been there and thereabout, but it's good to see him reaping the rewards over the past 2 seasons that I've been here. He's been cracking games open and that for us, and this year he's just been leading us, which is wonderful. So yeah, I'm quite happy for him, seeing reaping his rewards. And a fifer for yourself, and not a bad way to see out this stage of the county championship ahead of the 50 over competition. Yeah, I was getting a bit frustrated. These past 2 games, or 3 games. So yeah, it was good to have a fifer, and just good to get in the wickets tally again and helping the boys get a positive result. So yeah, I'm quite happy about that. And to just add on top of it, really, Hasib Hamid chipping in with what I believe is his first professional wicket as well. First class wicket. I think Ben Slater was a bit red under the helmet there, because obviously he's the front line. He was the front line spinner next after Calvin. So yeah, but it's always good to see your teammates you can reap the rewards, because he actually trains on his bowling. So yeah, it was actually good to see him get that wicket. So yeah, quite happy for him. And I've mentioned to a couple of other interviewees this week about Calvin Harrison and the performances he's put in this week. And on the back of that new contract for him, we can clearly see why he's been offered that deal. Yeah, Calvin's always hungry. Since he came to the club, I think he's been hungry. He's been working hard on his game. He's always always in the morning, turning his arm over and just bowling. So I mean, it's like I say, you work hard, you reap the reward. So yeah, he's a gritty nasty cricketer. So it's good to see the guys getting repaid and reward. So yeah, I mean, 3 more years at the Bridge. Cannot play in any other beautiful stadium, so I think he's quite happy staying here for another 3. So yeah.
And we say goodbye today to Will Young. A short stint, but a memorable one. You know, that 145 down at Surrey to kick things off, and another fantastic contribution yesterday as well. You know, how has his contribution been to the team from your perspective?
Yeah, his contribution's been evergreen, I think. So yeah, I mean, he's been a real calming sense in the dressing room. The way he goes about his game is like quite quiet and that, but I mean, as overseas to come in just for 3 games is gelled in well with the lads. So yeah, what he's done for the club in those 3 games was quite amazing. And I don't think there was like you didn't show any pressure to perform. You just performed. So I mean, that's really good. That's really good to see. So yeah, quite happy, but quite sad to see him leave. But yeah, that's the game.
Thanks, Dane, and well done again.
Cheers, mate.